Labdien, good afternoon, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, healthcare professionals, students, and other members of the society. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this conference dedicated to exploring new approaches in regulating psycho-emotional states. A topic that may spark debate, yet is undeniably of growing importance, both in scientific research as well as in practical application. We are witnessing a global mental health crisis, which is driven by the increased pace of life, also increased demands, and information overload. And of course, this all contributes to anxiety, burnout, and other psycho-emotional disorders. And this makes today's conference more relevant than ever. Addressing mental health and emotional health requires a holistic, interdisciplinary approach. Advances in neurobiology, psychopharmacology, and integrative medicine are reshaping our understanding of emotional regulation and mental well-being. At the same time, solving these challenges and understanding emotional regulation requires collaboration between science, medical practice, and the humanities, incorporating insights from philosophy, ethics, sociology, and to better understand the human experience. Also, the biopsychosocial model, which emphasizes that mental health is not only influenced by biology, but also by psychological and social factors, is gaining recognition. And that is why today we have gathered experts from medicine, neuroscience, psychiatry, psychology, pharmacology, and philosophy to discuss new perspectives and solutions. History has shown us that psychoactive substances have long played a role in medical practice. And psychedelic compounds like LSD have been studied for their potential to treat mental health disorders before regulatory shifts halted their use. And today we are seeing a renewed interest in these substances. Research is carefully examining their effects on conditions like depression, post-traumatic stress syndrome, anxiety, and addiction. However, as with any pharmacological intervention, there is a fine line between therapy and toxicity, and many substances, whether traditional medications or novel psychotropic compounds, can be both life-saving and harmful, depending on their concentration and the context in which they are used. So only through rigorous scientific study can we better understand and harness their benefits while mitigating risks. The University of Latvia, and particularly the Faculty of Medicine and Life Sciences, is committed to fostering collaboration in this area and being on the edge of scientific developments. The very structure of our faculty, bringing together medicine, chemistry, and biology, demonstrates our commitment to interdisciplinary cooperation. And this event was initiated by the movement Healthy Latvia, and I'm delighted that it has grown to involve academia and the University of Latvia as the country's leading research organization. I hope this conference will not only spark valuable discussions, but also lead to new connections and lasting collaborations that extend beyond academia to involve healthcare professionals and society. Only by working together, we have the potential to shape future research and influence medical guidelines in psycho-emotional regulation. I would like to thank the organizers who made this event possible, and also all the excellent speakers who agreed to participate and share their valuable insights. And with that, I wish you all an inspiring and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. I'm Valdis Pīrāgs, and despite that it's written that I'm belonging to Institute of Clinical and Preventive Medicine, I'm not. I should confess that I'm just an endocrinology professor at the Faculty of Medicine and Life Sciences at our university. But interestingly, it's partially true, because I'm serving as a head of the Institute for Indic Studies, which is somehow bridging two faculties, because also Faculty of Humanities is involved in the organization of this joint conference, I would say. And the program, you see, indeed includes 10 excellent speakers. Only Professor Wim van der Brink is present in person, but other speakers will be speaking online, which is completely normal in this turbulent times. And as the Dean already said, we are living in very turbulent, unpredictable, and times when the psycho-emotional states of people are deteriorating. And looking from the perspectives of the past, it's actually not something exceptional. The humanity is going through such periods of turmoil regularly, and it's somehow in the nature of our brain to be prepared for such crises. But somehow the methods how we are overcoming crises, multiple crises in the history, is changing. And therefore, I think the most intriguing in this approach of our conference is not just to speak about psyche or about some psychotherapeutic approaches and socioeconomic approaches, but to speak about the very fundament of our brains. And this is, I'm seeing that all speakers will approach this dimension of the brain function. And we are more and more understanding what is happening in our brain. And needless to say that the human brain is the most complicated structure in the world we currently know. Probably it's something unknown we still don't know, but currently, and we see more and more ways how to intervene and how to help people with in crisis, with psycho-emotional states which are deteriorating. Well, from the housekeeping point of view, I should say that There is a strong schedule of the time, and my duty will be to help the speakers to keep time, keep the speeches in time. There are also time for questions, but if the speaker will exceed that time which is in this schedule, then the time for questions and answers will be limited. Then we will have a coffee break for half an hour. And during the coffee break, you may discuss among yourselves about the thoughts you have. And then will be the second part, led by Professor Marci Sauziņš, and he is also he will introduce himself, but he's my good friend, and he's physicist. I'm endocrinologist, but we are deeply interested in really how the brain works, and my special interest is also that tradition, great Indian tradition of yoga and what we call in Western world meditation. And this, of course, is complementary to the medication, to the drug therapy. And at the end of the day, probably we will go home with new ideas in our very complex structure, which is located here. And I wish you very successful listening. And if the speakers will allow, then we will have a question sessions as well. Well, and the first speaker. The first speaker is takes time. The first speaker is Professor Baiba Jansone, and she is working at the University of Latvia, and she is head of the Department of Neuromedicine and Neurosciences at the Faculty of Medicine and Life Sciences. From her CV, I see that she served as a Latvian principal investigator for multiple international scientific projects within EU programs, including ERANET, Neuron program, and the joint program on neurodegenerative disease research. Professor Jansone, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. So I would like to thank you first, the organizers, for inviting me, and all for being here to discuss this actually very hot topic regarding the new approaches in regulating psycho-emotional state. My field of interest is pharmacology, and particularly neuropharmacology. So I will look on perspective of as pharmacologist on this field, and my mission today, starting this scientific session with this first presentation, is to emphasize the power of our brain. So it is operating by many neuroactive substances. So they are shaping our emotions, our cognition. They are determining whether we feel joy, whether we feel fear, or we are on pain. So brain is balancing all these active substances to operate fully healthy. So now I would like to share my presentation, and let me know if you can see it on the screen. So I can see on my screen, but whether you can see, just let me know.
Yes, we do see. Hello? Yes, we see
Yeah.
your slide.
Oh, great. So, so as I started, so our brain is a highly active organ, and it is carrying this all very neuroactive substances, starting from neurotransmitters, these classical neurotransmitters, active neuropeptides. So those highly active molecules, they play a vital role in transmission sensory, motor, and integrative neuronal signals. So they give this essential ground to our emotions, to our memory, to movement, to sleep patterns. So an imbalances in neurotransmitter levels, they can lead to these disruptions in brain function, leading to various neurological, psychiatric, and neurodegenerative diseases. So what I would like to start, with very important neurotransmitter in our brain. So that is gamma aminobutyric acid. So that's our primary inhibitory neurotransmitter in central nervous system. So it's widely distributed across the key brain regions and spinal cord as well as retina. So we have two main receptors, GABA A and GABA B, and we know that GABA A receptor is very important here to mediate anxiolytic effects. And benzodiazepines work on this receptor, and they are used to treat anxiety disorders and epilepsy and sleep disturbances, as well as muscle relaxant in anesthesia. However, as neuropharmacologist, I always have to mention both sides, and as well here I will just make points that we also have to see that some side effects which can come from mechanism of action as well, and also specific side effects for each substance as well are present. But here we see that with benzodiazepines, we have some limitations when we use them in anxiety and also for other disorders. For instance, for depression, we can combine them with neurodepressants not used for long, since they carry a risk of tolerance, dependence, and withdrawal symptoms. For some patients, more specific, for some maybe less, and still others, some side effects are present here that can lead to even cognitive issues. And next, what we have, and it's also a powerful system in our brain, is opioid system. And we have our own opioid, endogenous opioids, and we have receptors for them, and of course also exogenous substances, the agonists, which can also bind and stimulate those receptors. For instance, specifically, we talk here about me receptor and various exogenous opioids, for instance, morphine and others, which are used as a medicine to treat a very severe to moderate pain. So for short term, very effective. For long term, there of course might come some issues which can lead to physical dependence, addiction, and of course overdose and respiratory depression. Additionally, here, of course, we talk about the brain as a whole system, which different neurotransmitter systems, neuroactive, highly active substance systems, they communicate with each other. So here as well, I would like to go to the next and mention that additionally, the opioid and dopaminergic systems are very closely interconnected cellular levels and influencing disregard and addiction pathways as well. So dopaminergic system, motivation system, and also reward system, very powerful system in our brain and very powerful substance here is operating the dopamine. So it's playing a critical role in various neurological and psychiatric disorders. So here we can mention schizophrenia and antipsychotic medicines, which acts on dopamine receptors as antagonists. But we also know that they can cause some side effects, such as extrapyramidal symptoms for newest psychotics, weight gain, and metabolic disturbances. And there are also medicines which are used for Parkinson's disease, and they need to increase dopamine levels in nigrostriatal system, and those are dopamine agonists. But here we have opposite. They can cause nausea, drowsiness, and psychosis. And in between both, so here, those stages, schizophrenia and Parkinson's disease, we have addiction pathways, so reward pathways, and also here cocaine and amphetamine and others, those who enhance the dopamine in those pathways may give side effects, which are anxiety, cardiovascular side effects, and others. So endocannabinoid system as well is present here. And there are so well-known endocannabinoids which play a key role in neuromodulation and being quite well described. And the last years, many research articles are on exogenous cannabinoids. And here I would like to mention also cannabidiol. So, and we know that it helps also good for specific disorders, for instance, neuronal hyperactivity in seizure disorders like Lennox-Gastaut and Dravet syndromes for very small children. And of course, it's used and have beneficial effect in combination therapy. And here we also have this highly psychoactive substance, THC, and we know that there are some limits. If we talk about medicine, it has to be below some certain percentage for us to see it as a medicine. And now there are research going on to find what are the benefits using it, which indications could be the best, which patients could benefit of those two active substances, but also what are risks, what are side effects here, and what are contraindications. So which patients experience more those side effects than others. And now we are approaching to serotonergic system and its role in central nervous system. And we know that serotonergic system role is very huge. So starting from major depressive disorders, post-traumatic stress disorders, anxiety, schizophrenia, obsessive compulsive disorders, substance use disorders, and there are several groups used, with the first mentioning here selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, those antidepressants, and of course as well tricyclic antidepressants. And there are different variations of reuptake inhibitors, for instance involving serotonin and noradrenaline as well, and also dopamine can be present. But as well here, not everything goes so smooth. And we know that the first point is that effect from those medicines are starting quite slowly. Might take several weeks, even more than months, for patients to see the effect. And not, of course, everyone is willing to wait and can wait so long. And of course, there are also the side effects coming and remission coming. And that was leading the last years more to find active substances which can give this fast effect and leading to shift in the research for depression therapeutics in favor of this rapid-acting compounds. For instance, as ketamine, that is one of the mechanism of action is working as NMDA glutamatergic receptor antagonist. So, and here we have some restrictions, of course, for it first, and it is chosen when some previous treatments are failed, then there is an option to use esketamine as well. And now, I think more than 5 years, it's already on treatment in Europe as well, maybe even more. So we see that it's for adults when their treatment-resistant depressive disorders with indication, and also in acute short-term therapy for rapid relief of depressive symptoms in adult patients. And here the main side effects are cessation, hypertension, and others usually are reported as going and awake quite soon in a one day. So similarly, recently clinical trials has suggested that serotonergic psychedelics derived from various natural sources. So they rapidly alter the mental states by acting on serotonergic receptors. So here we can mention several ones, psilocybin and others, which all are studied and reported quite a lot the last years. So psychedelic compounds, they induce profound changes in perception, cognition, and emotions. And in recent years, there have been huge interest in their therapeutic potential as well. And if we look at preliminary clinical trials, so they suggested that medically supervised psychedelic-assisted therapy might be effective for instance, treatment-resistant depression, post-traumatic stress disorders, substance use disorders, anxiety, and others. So additionally, there are promising results published and observed in managing cancer-related anxiety disorders. And however, of course, we need more evidence on this, and so further clinical research, of course, is necessary to establish as well as safety and long-term effects and optimal therapeutic applications. So when we look on a mechanism of action, then of course there is not only one direction when they work just on receptors. So we see that there are several directions and different ones as well for different substances. For instance, psilocybin, it is reported that it's increasing neuroplasticity and neurogenesis, working also on brain-derived neurotrophic factor. And also, there are reports on mammalian target of SMIM pathways. For others, we see that presynaptic inhibition of serotonin transporters and also vesicular monoamine transporters are published. The research on that. So we see that there are also some differences between those active substances as well. So what is interesting here that we also talk about is intracellular serotonin receptors here in this field. So with serotonin, that is binding on cell membrane, but its unmethylated amino group restricts its membrane permeability, and it cannot really normally access intracellular receptors. And so we're looking on those psychedelic substances that they can also with this methylated group, they can increase this membrane permeability and activation in intracellular receptors on different organelles. So by these psychedelics, they lead to most rapid enhancement on structural neuroplasticity. So this also could be interesting for me to hear from other speakers. So what they think about this mechanism of actions, how it is for certain energetic psychedelics, what gives this fast effect, how do we differ them more from other substances, and of course how they differ from each other as well. So psychedelics show promising efficacy in treating this depression, anxiety, and many studies have been published, and we can find them in PubMed and other databases. Very many on psilocybin and also on other active substances as well. And among these, psilocybin demonstrate very rapid, sustained therapeutic effect. But of course, it will be interesting to hear from speakers what they see in their maybe clinical practice. So how they can discuss these differences as well here. And other substances as well, they're showing benefit for this mental disorders and mood disorders treatment. So, of course, further research is needed to compare the long-term efficacy and safety in different psychedelics and in this mood disorders. So, not to exclude, of course, safety considerations, we always have to talk about that as well. And what we can see that, and I also will show that there are different those psychedelics. There are coming more substances which give even different effects and more toxicity. And this is it cannot stay the same for all the substances. And if we look on, for instance, there on that California study, which reported also the increase in emergency departments visits and hospitalization. But of course, we have to speak and see what substances there were. There were many reports on ketamine and other substances. On side effects, the most which can be found in clinical studies reported are headaches and some disrupted senses, can be some nausea and poor focus. But in generally, most studies indicate that psychedelic therapy has not resulted serious or life-threatening adverse effects. Of course, as I mentioned, we need to gather more data and to show for which patients and which dosage and for which disease certain substances the best. So, having a look, what do we have in those psychedelic market and what we can choose, and we see that we have those tryptamine class, which are widely known, so certain energetic psychedelics, and then we have those novel synthetic variations. With actually about them, we talk that they can give more toxicity and they in stimulant effect are compared to tryptophans, but they are more challenging and also unpleasant, intense psychological reactions might appear. And there are also other issues coming with those new substances that very often they are also mislabeled and falsely sold as other compounds like LSD, DA. So there is a risk of unpredictable and unwanted effects. And so this is, again, a situation which calls for more attention. But to conclude, and for further discussion on regarding serotonergic psychedelics, so they are seen and now already described as good assistance, therapy assistance, and effective for post-traumatic stress, for substance use disorders and treatment-resistant depression, and maybe other states will be later covered. So we have also published clinical studies, what we can see, and observational studies. So still we don't know, of course, everything about neurobiological mechanisms, and also most probably not clear picture maybe about undesirable effects when we talk about very specific patient types. And from my point of view, the better what we need is to find the dosage to see the most effective compounds for most for specific and certain diseases, and this optimal clinical management, and also to look at gender bias and age and optimal duration of use, as well to understand what are contraindications where we don't need to use them, and that can cause a potential risk. So most probably the safest and also most efficacious treatment protocols are those who will be existing and made in combination also with psychotherapies. So this is open for discussion, and this is my story, how I see it as a pharmacologist now, and I will be very glad to see and hear what other speakers will tell us and how do they see this field now and in the future. So thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Jansson, for this very nice overview on substances that affect the central nervous system. And we have time for one question. Then probably I will ask you, Wim, do you have some thoughts about it?
I'm very happy with this overview. It makes me a little easier to join you, because it shows, I think, that we know quite a lot about the effects now, but the mechanism of action is really difficult. And do you think that because we see now promotion of combination of pharmacotherapy and psychotherapy in these treatments, will we ever find, does that actually complicate our studies into the mechanism of action?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Most probably it will be a bit complicated, but research is not easy, you know, and yeah, it might be difficult to distinguish what then is what and what gives the most effect. But if there will be a comparison, maybe we can find, yeah. So it's not easy question. I think I will not give you the right answer. Yeah. Thank you for question.
But just to continue this question, are there any trials comparing psychotropic drugs with some psychotherapy, head to head?
There are definitely psychotropic drugs comparing with psychotherapy, but there is no study so far that's comparing one of the psychedelics with psychotherapy and without psychotherapy. So the question whether psychotherapy is needed with psychedelics is an unanswered question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for this very nice introductory lecture. And then we move forward to the next speech, which will be delivered by Ethan Neidelman. And there's a quite complicated name for this title of this, why it is so challenging to overcome societal stigma around drug policy and psychedelics, particularly in the context of ethical considerations. And Dr. Neidelman is one of the experts on drug policy in the US and in the whole world. And originally he's from the New York City. Received his PhD from Harvard University. Then he studied also international relations at the London School of Economics. And, well, then he did many other things. And he's hosting a boundary-pushing podcast, Psychoactive, where he investigates our strange relationship to drugs by talking with those who love them, hate them, and study them. Dr. Neidelman, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. And it's an honor to be at this conference and to know it's not the first one happening in Latvia to deal with the issue of psychedelics. I should say I am currently in Iceland, where I just attended a 2-day conference on psychedelics here, and where there is growing interest and actually knowledge among senior people and the prospect of Iceland potentially leaping forward, tiny as it is, to become a leader globally in this area. Won't happen tomorrow. But it raises the question of whether Latvia, with 5 times the population, but with independent-minded people, might, play some similar role in years to come. I also want to say it's an honor to be sharing this not just with distinguished people from Latvia, but also with Wim van den Brink from the Netherlands, who I first met 30 years ago when he was leading the research studies on prescribing pharmaceutical heroin to people who had been addicted to street heroin, and who more recently led the Dutch overview of the studies on MDMA, as well as David Nutt, who was an incredibly courageous former head of drug policy in the United Kingdom, and may be the single most broadly knowledgeable person in the world about psychoactive substances. And of course, Rick Strausman, who was literally the pioneer of psychedelic research in the United States going back 30 years now, and really helped open up this whole field of scientists from different disciplines studying the potential medical and health benefits of psychedelics. So it's an honor to share this with all of them. Now, as you said before, the question is a complicated one and a long one. And I thought that what might be most helpful, and since my experience has covered more or less the full spectrum of illicit psychoactive drugs and drug policies involving them, both in my own country, the United States, as well as globally, this issue of societal stigma. I mean, we know stigma to mean a kind of sometimes appropriate, sometimes inappropriate prejudice or feeling, negative feeling about certain types of people, certain types of behavior. It can attach to stigma involving just simple things around table manners or how one acts in public. It can involve things about how one presents oneself. It can involve things that also include which drugs one uses and how one uses those things. And stigma is sometimes attached to people's behavior that may be actively offensive to other people. But sometimes stigma is just associated towards nothing to do with behavior, just about a person, their color, their ethnicity, their accent, their size, their physical appearance, or perhaps the food or psychoactive substance that they take into their body, right? And so the question here is, when we look at the issues of stigma in drug policy and psychedelics more broadly, what has driven that? And what is distinctive about psychedelics as opposed to other psychoactive substances that might help it to break free from some of the stigma associated with other currently illicit drugs? Now, if you ask what drives stigma, and I think this can be true both of psychedelics and more broadly, I mean, the first one I probably have to say is just simple fear. It's the fear of the unknown. It's the fear of things that are sometimes demonized in the media. It's fear about our children and what happens if our children were to get access to these things. And sometimes that fear about our children is maybe a displaced form of fear about ourselves and our own vulnerabilities. So I think fear is an overwhelming factor in looking at why we see stigma against different populations and different types of behavior. Now, there's the fear of alteration of consciousness. What does it mean to take a substance, in this case a psychedelic, that alters your consciousness really quite sometimes dramatically, that may even be life-changing, but that also for some people can be horrifying. And in a very tiny percentage of people can actually lead to some much longer extended period of time of not being right, of being harmed, of having an underlying mental illness triggered, of things like that. But a lot of it is this fear of alteration of consciousness, and that attaches also to the idea of control and loss of control. Some people say, I hate to lose control, and they fear, and that fear of their own loss of control becomes projected onto others as well. So it's that fear of what does it mean to alter your consciousness in a way, and especially to alter your consciousness in a way that is unfamiliar. So we may accept the alteration of consciousness in many societies that goes with alcohol, both with mild inebriation and even in many cases with more substantial inebriation, where some societies are just comfortable. I mean, look at parts of Northern Europe, which were very comfortable in the notion of people drinking large amounts of vodka and getting drunk, and you find a way to try to limit the damage associated with that, but accept that it is part of the local culture. But that fear of loss of control, that fear of a transformation of what one seems as one's normal consciousness, it is indeed a great fear. I mean, people, Andrew Weil, who is been a great thinker, a person who wrote some path-breaking books back 50 years ago called The Natural Mind, about why people use drugs, and the book Chocolate to Morphine, perhaps the best drug education book ever published. And he pointed out that there is no alteration of consciousness that we can accomplish with psychoactive drugs that cannot also be accomplished without psychoactive drugs. Right? There's anything from hallucinations to all sorts of spiritual feelings of inebriation to relaxation. All of these things can be accomplished without drugs. But the fact is that psychoactive drugs, for better or for worse, facilitate and ease that transformation of consciousness. That one can achieve with psychedelics what it might take many days of fasting or meditating or holotropic breathing or other things to accomplish. That one can achieve with say, cannabis, the element of relaxation and modest detachment that takes, a fair degree of control to attain without the use of psychoactive substances. So there's a sense that the alterations of consciousness are really part of who we are as human beings, we all alter our consciousness to one extent or another. We all enter dream states when we're sleeping. People who run may get the runner's high. People who engage in meditation. People who engage in prayer to a Christian or Jewish or Muslim god, may attain some element of alteration of consciousness. But that feeling that these drugs are somehow alien to that, and the notion, in fact, that maybe these drugs might actually help or open up people to the sorts of spiritual awakenings that we associate oftentimes with religion or with modern practices that are not part of the traditional religion, that just seem scary and different. There also, of course, is the fear associated with addiction, that we know that scientifically that the vast majority of substances can be used by the vast majority of people in relatively responsible and modest ways. But we also know that every substance, when used by the wrong people or when used in extreme amounts, can in fact, or because people's susceptibilities are such, that can be addictive. We know that opioids, from opium going back thousands of years, has been a pivotal, way of relieving pain. But we also know the harms that can be associated with opioids. We know that the stimulants can help, whether it's caffeine or things from cocaine or amphetamine. We know that these things can help people stay awake and perform at a higher level of functioning than they would if they were tired. But we also know that some people can use them too much and begin to get into an addictive and problematic relationship with them. Right? We know even with psychedelics that some people can use these things and use them in reckless situations or begin to use them too often. Although the fear of addiction, of course, is almost makes very little sense with respect to psychedelics, because the nature of the psychedelic experience is such that it takes an tremendous drive toward addiction in order to become addicted to psychedelics. I mean, one barely hears about it. Now, with ketamine, slightly different story, and occasionally with MDMA, but with the things like psilocybin and mescaline and LSD and ibogaine and others, one doesn't really see that applying there. Fear, and the fear of a sort of competition. Sometimes it's simple, crass, market elements around competition over markets. We now have the United States, as the cannabis market grows, and we see in some states now that people in their 20s or 30s are more likely to use cannabis than alcohol, and we see the market for beer and other liquor declining while the market for cannabis increases. We see some competitive instincts at play in the alcohol world vis-a-vis cannabis, with them trying to figure out whether they can turn this around or whether they should try to co-opt it in some way, right? We see it also, though, in terms of, for example, religious leaders who fear that the psychedelic might take you away from God. It might be a competition. It might cause you to believe in something alien or antithetical to the religious tradition of which you may have grown up in. But there's another variable, and that is ideology. Ideology that says these substances are bad, are evil. I think, for example, a primary example of that is if you look at the narcology, the narcologists in formerly the Soviet Union and now Russia, for whom methadone is a demonized, stigmatized substance for which one can be arrested for prescribing it to a heroin addict. Now we know that methadone and now buprenorphine have been for 50, 60 years, when administered correctly, the most effective way of helping people get past an addiction to street heroin. We know the WHO, the World Health Organization, has endorsed it. We know that the science is there through thousands of studies all around the world and people's lived experiences. But nonetheless, we have an ideology in Russia that says methadone must be prohibited. There was a time in East Asia where, because of its terrible history with the opium wars with Britain in the mid-19th century, that opium and all opioids were to some extent demonized and stigmatized. And although that has now evolved in some ways. And now we are seeing an interesting phenomenon whereby the understandable effort, global effort, to reduce the harms associated with cigarette smoking around the world have now, which were driven very much by public health considerations and highly legitimate and important. But we now see a part of that tobacco control establishment that has adapted not an anti-smoking mission, but an anti-nicotine ideology, such that when you see new products emerging, whether they're the e-cigarettes or the heat-not-burn devices like IQOS, or the nicotine pouches, or the snus that one sees emerge from Sweden and now has in Norway, and where you see the overwhelming majority of the science showing that these nicotine delivery systems that provide nicotine into the human body, but without the harms of the combusted tobacco, which cause the vast majority of the harms, right? That the evidence is overwhelmingly showing that these things are helpful in terms of enabling smokers to quit, either reduce or to quit smoking, and that the harms associated with extended use are maybe 5 or 10% of the harms associated with smoking cigarettes. Yet this anti-nicotine ideology has become so dominant, certainly in my country and a number of others, that we are essentially banning the harm reduction approaches to tobacco and nicotine while continuing to facilitate and allow the sale of the most dangerous products, of smoked cigarettes. It would almost be as if we were going to ban methadone while the government endorsed the legal use of adulterated heroin on the streets. But that's about ideology as well. And then there's the final element of fear here, which is the element that oftentimes what distinguishes why certain drugs are criminalized and others not, when you dig deep into the scientific evidence, into the historical evidence, what one finds is that the decision of different societies to criminalize some psychoactive substances and not others has relatively little to do with the relative risks of those substances, and far more to do with who uses and who is perceived to use those substances. I mean, to give you an example, in my country, in the mid-19th or later 19th century, the principal users of opioids for decades were middle-aged white women who used it to deal with everything from aches and pains to diarrhea and constipation to menopause to you name it. And nobody thought to criminalize it, even though some women became addicted to it, because nobody wanted to put their middle-aged or elderly white grandma or auntie behind bars. But when Chinese migrants began to come to my country in the 1870s and 80s, working hard on the railroads and the mines and the factories, and who would relax in the evening, not by having a drink, as the other white Americans did, but by smoking a little opium, that's when you began to have the fears. And the first opium prohibition laws in my country were in Nevada, the states of Nevada and California, directed at Chinese minorities. To some extent, the cannabis prohibition laws, in the United States, especially in the Southwest, were driven by prejudice and stigma against Mexican Americans and Mexican migrants. To some extent, with blacks, the criminalization of cocaine. Cocaine had been, in Coca-Cola till 1900. It had been something used fairly extensively, and the harms were not that great. But when it became identified with black men in the South using cocaine, that's when one saw the first cocaine prohibition laws in the South, with the media portraying all of these things as dangerous. And whether it was Chinese or or Mexicans or blacks, it was also about the fear of what would these people under the influence of drugs do to other people, including especially our precious white women. Even in the United States, the prohibition of alcohol 100 years ago was to some extent a similar sort of conflict. A conflict between the white Americans who had come from Northern Europe and Western Europe to America in the 1700s and 1800s, and the not so white Americans who came from Eastern Europe and Southern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th century, and all the fears around mass immigration that we now, similar to what we now see happening in the United States today, right? It was the association of those people and their alcohol use that led to the prohibition of alcohol throughout this society. Now, I look, for example, it's interesting also to think about, the countries that experienced alcohol prohibition. It was not my country, it was parts of Canada, and then it was really, Scandinavia, Russia. These were the other countries that went to either partial or full alcohol prohibition 100 years ago. I mean, really, any place where the sun tends to shine for 22 hours of the day at some times of year, and to barely ever shine for 22 hours other times of the year, where people developed very destructive relationships with alcohol and developed tremendous fears with them. And I think that some of the fears, especially perhaps in the Baltics and throughout this northern part of Europe, regarding cannabis, I'd say, and certainly with psychedelics, is once again a fear, a cultural fear that maybe has its origins in the traumatic experience with alcohol going back historically in these parts of the world. It's interesting when you look around Northern Europe that you see many of the countries moving quite quickly or have moved in recent decades to embrace harm reduction with respect to heroin use and injecting drug use and being very pragmatic and science-based about this. But when it comes to cannabis reform, notwithstanding the dramatic movement around the world for the legalization and regulation of cannabis and the great dramatic expansion around the medical uses of cannabis and the understanding that the large majority of non-medical use of cannabis or quasi-medical use of cannabis is not all that dangerous. I mean, cannabis, of course, does have its great harms for some people, but nonetheless, in this part of the world, it feels as if that trauma around alcohol has sort of been displaced or carried over onto cannabis, which explains the bizarre fact of repressive cannabis policies and even prohibitions on medical cannabis even now. So, to bring us now specifically to psychedelics, if you look at the original Stigma, I mean, a lot of that, you had, if you go back to the 50s and 60s, we had this, hundreds of research studies around the benefits of psychedelics. The book Psychedelic Drugs Reconsidered by Lester Grinspoon and James Bacalar is an excellent overview of the research back then. So there was a lot of the studies that we're seeing today, many of those had their antecedents back in the 50s and 60s, sometimes even supported, many of them supported by the federal government and sometimes even by our intelligence agencies for both, upstanding as well as not very upstanding purposes, right? Then, of course, it was the way that LSD especially took off in the broader culture. Timothy Leary, the Harvard professor turned guru, turn on, drop in, and turn on, tune in, turn on, tune in, and drop out thing, the association with hippies that basically turned, sort of portrayed something that had been seen in the 1950s and 60s as a fascinating area of potential psychiatric treatment. It flipped it around to this massive hippie drug use, and President Nixon took advantage of that to ban those substances, right? And then we went into more or less the dark ages, both in the US and around the world, with virtually no psychedelics research. All of these drugs regarded as Schedule 1, entirely prohibited substances, right? People being arrested, no government support for research, I mean, with rare exceptions, right? These sort of dark ages. And then we began to see, first with the work of Rick Straussman and a few others in the 1990s, and then with the additional work coming out of Johns Hopkins University and New York University, looking at the impact of psychedelics on people who were nearing death or going through something like that experience. And then simultaneously, the work of Rick Doblin and MAPS, his organization MAPS, which stands for Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Studies. And Rick made it his mission to try to get government approval for MDMA, otherwise known as ecstasy, for treating PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome. Now, I mean, that was a monumental effort on the part of MAPS. And I should say also, MDMA, not regarded as a psychedelic. It doesn't cause that type of alteration of consciousness. It's more of an empathogen, something that opens the heart and enables one both to hear better, to reflect better, to speak better about deep-seated emotional issues. So you now have the advantage that we now have the emergence of psychedelics research, still unfortunately largely funded through private contributions, philanthropic, and even more so now private investments, which will unfortunately will distort the market in ways that may not be beneficial, but billions of dollars coming into the study of these substances to deal with PTSD, to deal with the fear of dying, to deal with anxiety, and to deal with depression, and to deal potentially with pain, to deal with eating disorders, anorexia, to deal with a host of difficult psychiatric conditions. And even now, when one looks at the research of Gould Dolan, G-U-L Dolan, D-O-L-E-N, about the critical learning period, raising the possibility that substances, and perhaps most especially ibogaine, which is the longest acting of them, may actually help in dealing with not just psychiatric challenges, but even with physical conditions, ranging from stuttering to recovering from a stroke or other injuries by resetting that critical learning period. And where you now have animal studies showing evidence about why this in fact might be successful. So the fact now that you have psychedelic research institutes at Harvard University, they have 3 of them in fact, at Yale and Columbia and New York University, and I believe at Cornell, at Johns Hopkins, at University of California in Berkeley, and San Francisco and Los Angeles, but also in Texas and in Alabama, University of Alabama, University of Florida, and University College in London and Imperial College in London, and places in Switzerland and Europe and Switzerland and even in Norway today and in Brazil. The fact that you have major university institutions studying this and taking as a serious, legitimate subject of study is having a very, very positive contribution to reducing the stigma associated with these things, right? It's also the fact that there was a book. Sometimes a book can make all the difference in the world. And when Michael Pollan's book, Pollan, when his book came out about, 7, 8, 9 years ago, I mean, because Michael Pollan already had a global reputation for writing in thoughtful and responsible ways about diet and food and agriculture, he already had a mass audience of people who were not interested in psychedelics, but who read about it because they respected Michael Pollan. And his writing also usually opened this up in a major, major way. Now, one of my great frustrations
Yes,
is
could
that...
you please allow us to ask you some questions?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Let me just make
because
the last
you have
comment,
still
which I
2
do
minutes
think is
time.
important.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead. I will stop now. Go ahead. Let's take the question.
yeah. Thank you so much for this excellent emotional speech. And we have a few minutes for 1 or 2 questions.
I'm Art Southern University of Latvia. May I refer to the first part of your talk, when you spoke about fear from psychedelics and drugs which alter people's mind. May I ask your opinion about the following kind of attitude? When people are doing meditation or doing, I don't know, religious prayer, sometimes it's kind of experimentation with mind, experimentation with consciousness, and kind of deliberate experimentation with what people can do with their own minds. When we are doing this by help of chemical substances, maybe may I call it this way? When we are doing this with help of chemical substances, can it be considered as simply shortcut? Because people are nowadays busy, they don't want to take time, they don't want to invest effort, and simply trying to do it in simple and fast way.
Yes, well,
what you're telling about that?
Yes, I mean, I think, as I said before, that it is that psychedelics, and as I said, for better and for worse, become the quicker and easier way. They are the shortcut. And oftentimes, sometimes shortcuts are the smart thing to do and the wise thing to do. Why go the long way or the difficult way or the way that nobody will go when we have the quicker and easier way to do it? Other times, they are the irresponsible thing to do, where one should do the work and the discipline to get to that place. But we know now, I mean, based upon huge amounts of both case studies, personal reports, and now the research, that in fact, people who might not ever have gotten to healing through other sorts of spiritual means or meditative means are finding that type of healing by using these substances in a responsible way. So I think the quick answer is that yes, these are shortcuts, and that is overwhelmingly a good thing.
Thank you, and now we have time for the next lecture, which will be delivered by Professor Wim van den Brink. And Wim is Emeritus Professor of Addiction Psychiatry at the Academic Medical Center of the University of Amsterdam, and used to be the director of the Amsterdam Institute for Addiction Research. And he has chaired more work groups that develop Dutch treatment guidelines on alcohol use disorders, opiate addiction, and drugs other than opioids. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for First of all, let me thank you for the invitation to come here. I had the opportunity yesterday to already speak to some honorable members of your university and during a nice dinner and speaking on psychedelics and the use of psychedelics more in a broader sense. But today I was invited to speak about the use of psychedelic-assisted treatment in addiction as a specific topic. And the subtitle that I chose is this a new solution for old problems? And so I will try to show you that there is quite some promise there and that we should follow that intensely. So, but before I go there, I have to make all kinds of statements about disclosures. I worked for a long time in the field of addiction psychiatry, and most of my research was financed by state agencies, but I did work together with pharmaceutical industries, and it's very interesting that pharmaceutical industry lost their interest actually in psychiatry some time ago, and new, smaller and larger companies are getting more interested in psychiatry again now with the psychedelics, so something is going on. In psychedelics, I worked together very briefly with Janssen, and you might know Janssen from the ketamine nasal spray, and I worked together with Clear Mind Medicine. That was a company in Israel. If I come to these issues, I will say where you have to be careful with me, that you shouldn't trust me on my, I don't know what type of eyes I have, blue eyes probably. So what I want to say is a few words on psychedelics, but I don't have to say so much anymore because it was done before. A little short history, and Ethan actually was referring to that already a little bit. And so I will basically talk about what we know now, quite specifically about the effects of psychedelics in the treatment of addiction, and a little bit on the other mental disorders. Why also on the other mental disorders? Because actually, as I see it, I don't see in my practice any patient with an addiction who has not any other mental disorder. So we really have to look at this comorbidity. And if these medications are not only effective in addiction, but also potentially in other mental disorders, this could actually be a way to treat people with these comorbid disorders. I will say a few words on mechanisms of action. There is no definitive answer there. There is ideas, there is quite a lot of research being done about it, both in the fields of psychology and philosophy, as in the neuroscience world, both in the preclinical and in the clinical neuroscience world. A lot is going on there. At the end, it's very interesting, and we should know that, but at the end, people want to know, does it work or not? And can we actually treat patients that are not treatable so far? And so that is the end of my talk. I come to psychedelics as a potential solution for existing problems in addiction treatment. Now, these are the psychedelics that have been mentioned. Classic psychedelics, also called the serotonergic psychedelics, working on as a 5-HT2A receptor agonists, LSD, psilocybin, ayahuasca, mescaline, 5-MeO-DMT. These are the classic psychedelics. Then there is a group that we call atypical psychedelics, or some people call it atypical psychedelics. They share certain characteristics with the classical psychedelics in their effect. Actually, chemically, they're quite different from the classical psychedelics. Like we have MDMA, which is actually a serotonin releaser. It's also called empathogenes or entactogenes. They increase empathic feelings and relationships. Dissociative compounds, and these are basically working on the glutamate system. And the example is ketamine and other compounds, and there's quite a lot of them, but the most important one is probably ibogaine. And I will say very little. It's a complex compound, and I'm not sure that we will work with that for a long time. This is the history, but very different from the way Ethan Edelman did it. This is the history of publications about psychedelics between, I don't know whether you can see it, between 1943 and 2020. And you see the number of publications was very low. It was non-existing in 1940. It went up, and it had a peak around 1960. And then you see it went down completely. And now, since the end of the 1990s, it's steep going up in number of publications. And so why was that? One of the things is, of course, what Eden said. There was this big thing in the 1960s with the time of peace and love, and Timothy Leary proclaiming that if we all start to use psychedelics, peace will come. And that was in the time that the Vietnam War went on, of course. And this was a very dangerous statement, according to President Nixon. And so that's where, in 1976, started the war on drugs. And actually, it became forbidden to work, also scientifically, with psychedelics and other drugs. And so there was a big stop in the studies on psychedelics. And that's what you see here. So it's a pre-Schedule 1 and a post-Schedule 1 period. In addition, I think in the late 1990s, there was also a crisis in biological psychiatry. There were no new medicines coming into psychiatry, and I think people were thinking that this is over. Biological psychiatry is dead. And so this was the reawakening of biological psychiatry. The psychedelics came. And you see that it's the psychedelic renaissance, it's sometimes called. And suddenly you see neurosciences about these things, and you see the coming of randomized controlled trials. So you have the period of the early studies of psychedelics in psychiatry and the period of the modern studies actually in this in the 21st century. So psychedelic as a medication, the early studies, then came this big change in the United States and the rest of the world, and then we have the modern studies. And you see there's many of them and many more coming. What do we know about the early studies? You see here a very nice study with a person that is healthy control. And they gave him LSD because they thought LSD gives you experiences that look like a psychosis, like schizophrenia. And so they were studying these healthy controls to see whether we can learn something from that. But by now we know this is a completely different thing. The psychosis that you get from LSD, which is not a real psychosis, but it looks like it, and the ones that you get in schizophrenia. This is, as I told you, mainly a serotonergic effect. And what we think now about schizophrenia, that it's, if anything, it's mainly dopaminergic, maybe glutamatergic, but that is more the model that we have now. So I think it was a lot of misunderstood studies there. But there were also studies in patients with what we now would call probably depression, anxiety. At that time, it was most of the time called neurosis. Hundreds of studies in patients with neurosis. And most of the studies showed promising, but they were of very low quality, and there were no randomized control trials. and they were all done with LSD. There were also studies in what then was called alcoholism. They were generally from a slightly better quality, and at least in that period there was something like 8 studies that you could call reasonably good. And 6 of them were randomized controlled trials, and they used LSD, generally without any psychotherapy, but in a, what they call pleasant environment, which is not normal in that time in the 1950s and 60s if you went to the American Psychiatric Institutes. They were not nice environments. The outcomes were rather inconsistent, but recently 2012, they were a group of Scandinavian researchers. They looked at these 6 randomized controlled trials with LSD out of the 50s and 60s, and they did a meta-analysis. And what they showed is that actually over a period of 3 to 6 months, they had clearly effects of LSD on reduced drinking and on continuous abstinence. And they compared it to the effects of what you see with modern medications for the treatment of alcohol dependence, like naltrexone, acamprosate, and disulfiram. If you give these modern medications on a daily level, they're less effective than you give once a single dose of LSD over a period of 3 to 6 months. So it is an interesting way looking at these old studies showing great promise of LSD in the treatment of alcohol dependence, then called alcoholism. So how is it with the modern studies? We have a lot of studies by now. Some are better than others, but I want to give you just a flavor of how it is being studied now in addiction. First start with ketamine. Ketamine has a long history of studies in patients with substance use disorder. So I made a distinction between the Russian studies and the US studies. The Russian studies were early, much earlier than the American studies. They were basically done with people like Yevgeny Grupitsky from St. Petersburg. And nobody looks at them anymore because they come from Russia, so nobody trusts them. I think if you start to look at these studies, they look quite sophisticated. They were earlier and more sophisticated than most of the other studies at the time. They did quite a big study, a controlled study, not randomized, but a controlled study in alcohol with very nice effects. They did randomized control studies in heroin-dependent patients over a period of 24 months. So they got ketamine, Q-exposure therapy, and integrative psychotherapy, most of the time 2 sessions, or sometimes 3 sessions, and they had long-term outcomes, 24 months, compared to the placebo, 70 versus 2%, numbers needed to treat of 6.7. Numbers needed to treat is you need to treat 6 patients in order to have 1 more patient to benefit from it. And they had randomized control trials comparing 3 times ketamine and 1 time ketamine, with also very nice effects. So these are the early studies. We don't believe in them anymore. They're not being mentioned anymore, but they're still, I think, an interesting start. Then comes the studies from the 21st century from the US. And with ketamine, we have 3 crossover lab studies with cocaine self-administration, alcohol self-administration, and we have randomized controlled trials. I'll take you through it. It's an interesting thing. This is how it started. It's very nice to work in a laboratory, and you ask patients to come in and you say, I'm going to give you medications, crossover, and you're free to use cocaine as much as you want in our laboratory. And see what happens. They had ketamine and as a control condition, lorazepam. So if these patients were under lorazepam, LZP, you see there is no increase on motivation, but as soon as they cross over to, as soon as they move to ketamine, K1, then you see an increase of motivation. The same you see here. As long as they get lorazepam, nothing changes in cocaine craving, but if they go to ketamine, you see a big reduction in craving. And so that's the first indication that ketamine can actually reduce craving. This is another study that they did in the same laboratory, and they made very clear that if you compare midazolam, the control condition with ketamine. Ketamine gives more mysticism, gives more near-death experiences, gives more dissociation, and also gives better improvement, less craving and less cocaine, yet self-administration. And so they looked a little bit what was predicting the reduction in cocaine use and craving, and it basically was the measure of mystical experience. You see, the more mystical experience, the better the improvement in reduction in cocaine use in the lab and the craving. So it seems that the mystical experience, even with ketamine, which is really the least typical or most atypical, mystical experience was important in the effect. These are the modern studies. This is a study was published in 2019. It was a study in coke independence. It's a population of 55 patients who were randomized to get either ketamine IV 1 dose or midazolam 1 dose, and they got weekly sessions of mindful-based relapse prevention. And so what you saw very clearly in this study is lower dropout rates, like in the control condition. Only 93% actually dropped out, and in the ketamine it was only, not only, it was 60% dropped out. But you see here, this is the midazolam, the control group. They kept on using cocaine, and you see here with the ketamine, they reduced the cocaine to 40% of the total. So strong effects over a period of only 5 weeks. This is not addiction, of course. Addiction is a chronic disease. You want to have effects not over a period of 5 weeks, but over a much longer period. This is a very similar study, also comparing ketamine and midazolam, but then alcohol dependence, the study lasting 21 days, 3 weeks, not very long, but again, you see very strong effects. You see abstinence at 21 days, 90% versus 60%, numbers needed to treat of 3, which is a very large effect size in what we know in psychiatry by now. Abstinence at 6 months, they looked at these people also at 6 months, 75% in the midazolam group and 75% abstinence in the ketamine group and 27% in the midazolam group. Numbers needed to treat of 2. So I'm not going into all the details, but you see potentially very strong effects over short periods of time, but even in the longer periods of time, ketamine on alcohol in this case. And this was the first real phase 2 large randomized control trial in alcohol-dependent patients. It was a randomized control trial done published in 2022, and they compared 3 weekly intravenous ketamine infusions versus placebo. They also received either mindfulness, relapse prevention, or education, and they looked at 3 weeks and 6 months follow-up. And these were the effects. This is the effects over 24 weeks, or that is 6 months. So then we start to talk about addiction. Addiction is a chronic relapsing disease, and you want to see over a longer period of time that these 1 to 3 injections with ketamine did anything. And so what you see a significant effect at 3 months, but also a significant effect on 6 months. So you see an effect here, and you see an effect here. There was a non-significant effect of ketamine in 6 months on relapse, whether there was any relapse, but there was in the right direction. There was a significant reduction in depression. There were 6 patients in this study that used illicit ketamine next to the ones that they got from the treatment staff. They were all in the control condition. So it wasn't that the treatment with ketamine installed a ketamine addiction. So this is the next study that's coming up, and you see it's going quite quickly. This is a study on intravenous racemic ketamine. This is how long it takes from the planning of a study. This study was registered as a study in 2023. We expect the trial to complete in 2027, it's 4 years, and to be authorized for marketing 2028, that's the earliest. You see, it takes 5 years. So we have to take that into account if we talk later about the future. This is an interesting one. So far, we have no medical treatment for cannabis dependence, and this is the first study of the use of cannabis, the use of ketamine in the treatment of cannabis dependence. And so what you see here is that it's a pre-post study. It's not randomized controlled trial. It's the beginning. It's really the beginning. And you see a very quick effect in terms of the days that we're using cannabis, pre and post study. And so this is just the first sign that it's not only work ketamine, if it works, it seems to work in alcohol, it seems to work in cocaine, and it seems to work, it might work in cannabis. So given the fact that you will see the same in your patients, I don't see patients with only alcohol dependence or drug dependence. I see patients with polydrug dependence. So here's at least a medication that if it turns out that it works, it seems to work also in polydrug addicts. So this is solving one of the serious problems that we have in addiction medicine. So the modern studies, MDMA, there is very little known about it. Actually, there is only one study. This is the only study from Ben Sessa. Don't believe him. He's an idiot. He says there is no effective medication in psychiatry except MDMA. That is rubbish. Come on. We want to see. He did the first study, so that's nice that he did it. And so we have an indication that if you treat alcohol use disorder patients with 2 sessions of their MDMA with psychotherapy, that it seems that over a period of 9 months, you see a large reduction in the amount of alcohol that's being used from 131 units a week to about 19 units a week. And you see in terms of the 14, in terms of abstinence, you see 21% still using alcohol in the ketamine group, whereas it in an external control group, so it's not a randomized control, it's 75%. So it's a first indication from a researcher that I have doubts about his credits. So it's the first sign of MDMA. Psilocybin is a different story. So this is, by now there are more reviews than there are studies in psychedelic research. This is the first study, and I think it's a very nice one. It's from Matthew Johnson. It's a pre-post study. It's not a randomized controlled trial, but you have to realize he looked at 15 patients, and he gave these 15 patients with a chronic smoking tobacco dependence. They were 31 years smoking. They had at least 6 stop attempts, so they were really chronic smokers. And you know, it's not easy to treat these people. But after 3 psilocybin sessions, 12 of these 15 smokers were abstinent for 6 months. 80% had 6 months abstinence. And the 3 that didn't become abstinent started to use much less cigarettes. So it's a pre-post study, so you have to be careful. Maybe it's not true. And again, he looked at all kinds of psychological parameters, looking what could explain the difference in craving. And you saw mystical experiences were, again, one of the driving forces of the reduction of craving in this study. This was a very similar study from Michael Bokenschutz from New York, and he was looking at alcohol-dependent patients. Again, a simple study, pre-post. Not so strong, pre-post, but you saw very quickly after 2 sessions of psilocybin with psychotherapy, a quick reduction in the alcohol use, both in the percent of drinking days and the percent of heavy drinking days. And it was lasting for 4 to 6 months. So that is a new indication with the psilocybin plus psychotherapy that if you have effects, you have long-term effects. But this is a pre-post study, so I have to be careful, don't believe them immediately. But Michael Bokenschutz did recently, study that was published in 2022, a large randomized control trial, relatively large. A randomized control for 95 patients with alcohol dependence, treatment for 12 weeks, and a treatment-free follow-up period of 20 weeks. So here you start to look at long-term effects. The treatment, the experimental treatment, is 12 weeks of motivational interviewing and cognitive behavior therapy, and 2 doses of psilocybin, and a control condition, same psychotherapy with 2 doses of diphenhydramine as an attempt to blind the study. So they looked at week 5 and week 32, and this is what you find. Here, this is an important thing. They tried to blind, but the blinding was ineffective. They couldn't blind the patients. They knew whether they got psilocybin of the dihydrophentamine. They also looked not only at the self-reported alcohol, they also looked at alcohol according to ethyl glucuronide in urine. So at least there was also an objective measure of outcome. Again, here's the dimensional outcomes. You see percent heavy drinking days over this period of 20 weeks. Quite a big difference. Here's the effect sizes. For people who don't know that an effect size of 0.50 is generally what we not see in psychiatry. We see most of the time effect sizes around 0.30 to 0.40. This is 0.50 over a long period of time. And the same is true actually for these dichotomous outcomes. Numbers needed to treat here, for example, around 4, which again is a very large effect size in this nice randomized controlled trial with both self-reported outcomes and urine analysis outcomes. They also looked a little bit of these patients, when the patient changed in their personality. Now, you might think, do you want to change your personality by treatment? I actually always thought that that's what I don't want. But then I realized afterwards that I've been in psychotherapy quite a lot, either for the training or for real issues. So maybe I changed. These people change after they have the psychedelic experience. Is it bad? I don't know. They become less neurotic, reduced neuroticism, increased in extroversion, and they increased in openness to experience. All in all, they got a more normal personality profile, with the exception of openness to experience. They're more open to experience than the general population. So do we want that? Is that fun? Is that good? It's for you to discuss. This is ibogaine. It was mentioned by Nita Nadelman. It's actually one of these strange drugs. It's an alkaloid from plants from Africa. And it was in the Netherlands. It has been in the US. It has been in many places. Actually, I think the Australian Society of Psychiatry actually gave permission to use ibogaine. I think there's problems with it. Ibogaine is a complex thing. There has been quite some studies in opiate detox. At the end, detox is interesting, but we're not looking for detox. We look for abstinence or reduced use, of course. And so there's a few studies, not great studies, no randomized controlled trials with ibogaine. This is probably the best one that we know. It's the Brown and Alper study. And it started with 30 patients. And you see 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months later, there are not so many patients left. And you see the number of subjects that are still abstinent and are still in the study. You see that it's 15 after 20 weeks, but 7 after 12 months. Anyway, however people dropped out, 7 out of 30 is still 23%. I never saw studies that showed 23% continuous abstinence with opiate dependence. So it is something, but I think there is a lot of, this is, maybe I should mention this one also. This is a study that is quite recent. What is it? 2024. It's a prospective pre-post study, not a strong design. You have to be careful. In 45 special operation forces, veterans in America and Mexico with alcohol use problems, some with and some without PTSD symptoms. And they received one session with ibogaine, and 3 days later, one session with 5-MeO-DMT, which is a very strong classic psychedelic working something like between 20 and 40 minutes. So why they did it, it's not very clear, but it's quite an aggressive treatment. What I want to show is what is interesting here. It has a big effect on alcohol. That's what they wanted. But there were also 19 patients with PTSD comorbidity, and there was also a big effect on PTSD. And finally, there was a very nice effect on cognitive functioning. So you see this psychedelic treatment in a group of patients with an alcohol use disorder, with comorbid PTSD, it had a good effect both on the alcohol use disorder and the PTSD and cognitive functioning. But ibogaine is a problematic medication. This is a study from the Netherlands. They took 14 heroin-dependent patients in a clinical setting, and they start to look at what happened during the detoxification. First, they also looked at detoxification. Then they gave this ibogaine, and there was a massive increase of QTC prolongation, which is, it means that the signal, the electric signal in the heart is different. And this might lead to ventricular fibrillation. And there are cases where it's reported cardiovascular death. And we saw 55% of the patients had a maximum QTC more than 500 milliseconds. There was no torsade de pointe, no ventricular fibrillation, but it's a very risky situation. And even after 24 hours, there was 43% with an increase of the QTC elongation. So this is a serious cardiac risk, which you don't see with all the other psychedelics. So I think ibogaine wouldn't be my first choice in psychedelics. Here is another study that shows the risks of ibogaine. It's out, I think. This is the new kid in the block, 5-MeO-DMT. I told you already. It's a medication that, like LSD, works about 16, 17 hours. Psilocybin, 12, 13 hours. It's in clinical practice a little difficult, isn't it? You sit with two people, two therapists next to your patients that is in the session for 12, 13, 14 hours. MDMA is a little better, 6, 7 hours. MEO-DMT, 20 to 40 minutes. It's a very strong and intense psychedelic experience, but it's short. So in terms of feasibility in general psychiatric practice, probably much easier. This is a study that's going on in London. People are being recruited, and I expect that we will have the first data from this 5-MeO-DMT somewhere next year. So that is a new development, so I can't show the data. This is what is going on. So my conclusions is that if you think about psychedelics and addiction, that ketamine, there is quite a lot of good, but generally relatively small studies. But there is also now one large RCT in alcohol dependence. So I think ketamine is a very promising medication because it seems to work for very different substances. MDMA, I think there's only one small pre-post study by Ben Sasson. And I think it's questionable whether it's going to work. We'll see. Ibogaine, there is some pre-post studies with a rapid and large effect, but the cardiovascular problem, I think, is really problematic. And so, as a researcher and as a therapist, I would stay away from it. With regard to the classic psychedelics, LSD studies are, I think, very promising. The studies, some are old, but they're relatively good quality, so it's promising. The only thing, the time that it takes before the effects worn out is very long, so I think LSD studies will probably not be done. They will be replaced, I guess, by psilocybin studies. Psilocybin, 2 small pre-post studies, and 1 very nice randomized control trial with a rapid and sustained effect, and also clearly affect the mechanism of action through mystical experiences. I think it's very promising. Ayahuasca, I think there's no methodologically strong studies so far with ayahuasca and addiction. And 5-MeO-DMT, no studies yet available, but I think there is promise there. So there's a lot of promise. This is actually, if you want to read most of it, after I prepared this presentation, just a week ago, this study came out, and it actually summarizes what I said actually quite nicely. Psilocybin for alcohol use disorder, ketamine for alcohol use disorder, ketamine also for cannabis and cocaine use disorder, maybe also for opiate use disorder. So this is the current state of affairs, that there's a lot of promise. There's no medication for no indication addiction that is already at the stage that it will be filed to the European Medicines Agency or the Food and Drug Administration, but it's underway, I think. These are the problems that we have in addiction psychiatry or in addiction treatment in general. One is the thing that there's many available treatments now, but there's low treatment retention and high dropout in most of our medical treatments for addiction. There's many available effective treatments, but the effect size are quite limited. Numbers needed to treat anywhere between 7 and 10 or 11. Effect sizes of 0.30, 0.40. So small effect sizes. There's a lot of psychiatric comorbidity and little evidence of the effective treatment of this psychiatric comorbidity. And finally, there's a lot of polydrug addiction instead of just one drug, and there is no clear effect on the other drugs if you use one medication. So maybe psychedelics might be a solution in that. And for that, I started to look very quickly. Yeah, I can still do that. At some of the other areas where psychedelics have been studied, like depression, general anxiety disorder, and PTSD. I just do it very summarizing because people have said, ketamine, we know it works, it seems to work in addictions, in different addictions, and it is already registered for depression by the FDA and by the European Medicines Agency. So there definitely we have a proven effective treatment. Psilocybin, I think it's likely to be registered for depression in the very near future. The studies look very promising. There's a lot of money available. There's a lot of drive. So I think maybe this year or otherwise in 2026, I think that psilocybin will be registered for the treatment of depression or treatment-resistant depression. Psilocybin shows promise for the treatment of generalized anxiety disorder. There's a large randomized trial from Australia now, not yet published yet, but it was presented at the ICPR in 2024. And in June 2024, you all know it probably, MDMA-assisted treatment was almost registered for PTSD by the FDA, and it wasn't. For many reasons, we don't know what the reasons really were. This is the reasons that I think that it might have been not registered. One is, they were not blinded, the studies. But it's very strange. The FDA knew that. And despite that, they said that it's a breakthrough medication. But they were not blinded, the study, failed blinding. And there were high expectations, and that might be a reason for previous MDMA use. There were limited sample sizes. Now the question is, do you want large sample sizes? These were phase 3 studies with around 100 patients for any. That is small for a phase 3 trial, as we know them. But with these large effect sizes, you don't need bigger studies. So, is it a reasonable? Questions about the standardization of the psychotherapy. My answer would be, it doesn't make a difference. We know psychotherapy works. The type of psychotherapy never make a difference. We have never seen any difference between the effectiveness of different types of psychotherapy. Unjustified questions about abuse and dependence liability. MDMA is not addictive. Come on, this we know for a long time. And there was incomplete reporting of serious adverse events, and there was one case of sexual assault, and that's serious, but I'm not playing it down, but I don't know any field in medicine where there is not a case of sexual assault. It's everywhere. It's not a reason not to reject. Anyway, it was rejected. This is one of the studies, and it's important to show the effect sizes were really large. This is the first phase 3 trial that was done. You see on PTSD symptoms, the effect size was 0.91. That is called a large effect size. Rare in psychiatry, rare in medicine. In terms of social functioning, nice effect size. In terms of reduction of depression, nice effect sizes. So this is really what goes on. It's quite amazing. Numbers needed to treat for no diagnosis of remission around 3-4. It's a very nice effect size. This was an interesting finding. There were some patients in this phase 3 study that were using alcohol. They didn't have an alcohol use disorder because they were excluded, but you saw that the people who got MDMA had a larger reduction, significantly larger reduction in their alcohol use. So it gives you an indication that if you start to treat people with comorbidity with the psychedelics, you might treat both conditions at the same time. This I'm not going to into because it's no time anymore. Safety, I think we have to look at that much more. We need long-term follow-up studies, naturalistic follow-up studies to see what the long-term safety of these medications is. This a review that we wrote 2 years ago, and we looked at quantitative and qualitative studies. Acute adverse events, nausea, headache, anxiety. Late adverse events with psilocybin, MDMA, there is nausea, headache. So it's persisting, so we have to look at that. There was only one case of serious adverse events and with full recovery, but it's something to look at. This is something that we really have to look at it. In a small number of cases, we see what is called the hallucinogene persistent perception disorder. People, after they use psychedelics, they have a visual problem, and it's their eyesight is getting blurred. And we don't know exact treatment. There are some treatments being used, but it's really something that's not resolved yet, and we have to be careful with that. Mechanism of action, I'm not going into that. Read this article from Van Elk, and you will get a wonderful overview. It's fantasies for a part. But we're getting closer to the mechanisms of action. They're defined at the level of the pharmacological level, and then you have to think about the neurocognitive level and the psychological level. There are theories of all these levels, and time will tell what is the real answer to that. And so, finally, is it a real answer to the problems that we have in addiction treatment? Maybe. As I told you, these are the problems. And as you see, the effects with psychedelics, they occur very rapidly before people drop out of the treatment. So that is a nice thing. The effect size seem to be large and long-lasting. So smaller problems that people have early relapse in the treatment. Psychedelics seem to be effective in addiction and many other mental disorders. So people with comorbid other disorders might be good candidates for the treatment with psychedelics. And finally, psychedelics seem to be effective in different addiction, like alcohol and ketamine and opiates in the treatment with ketamine. So the poly substance use disorder might be better treatment with these medications. There's also remaining issues, and you can make a picture of it. You can also probably get the slides from the organizers, I guess. This is just to mention the last thing. It's very promising, but it's still a long way to go for addiction treatment. I think for the treatment of PTSD with ADHD, with MDMA, I think it's ready there. We're going to do it. And maybe you're going to do it. Maybe not Iceland, but Latvia. And for the treatment of depression with psilocybin, I think it will be this year or next year, it will be registered. But the treatment of alcohol or drug dependence with psychedelics, I think it's a little further away. It's not 10 years away, but it might be 3 to 5 years away before we have the first registered medication for the treatment of alcohol or drug dependence. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for this comprehensive, but most importantly, critical review on existing status of the art. But we don't have actually much time for questions, except I want to ask you how lasting is the effect of psychedelics after the trials are stopped? Are there any follow-up, long-term follow-ups?
Yeah. Most of the trials, the new trials mainly show that after you give the 2 or 3 sessions with the psychedelic treatment, they follow them up for 20 to sometimes 40 weeks, and the effects is lasting for 20 to 40 weeks. That's definitely true for the classic psychedelics. They're always in combination with psychotherapy. With the ketamine, it's a little less clear, but at least in the randomized trial, they lasted for 6 months, but it was with psychotherapy, which is very different from the studies that you see in depression with ketamine. The effects are most of the time relatively short, anywhere between 3 and 14 days is the effect of ketamine on depression. And so what you see is you have to have repeated sessions of ketamine over the time. And so people do start to worry about whether ketamine could become addictive in these long-term antidepressant treatments with ketamine, or that there might be bladder problems due to ketamine in these long-term studies. So it's a little bit different from what we see in the modern studies with addiction, where it is always in combination with psychotherapy. Now, I'm not sure that it's because of the psychotherapy or because of it's a different disorder, but at least with these studies we see long-term effects.
So still the psychotherapy should be combined with...
I think as long as we don't know, we should do that. But there should be a trial comparing ketamine or MDMA with and without psychotherapy, or with and without certain types of psychotherapy.
Thank you so much. And we have to move to the next speaker, who will be Professor Gitte Moos Knudsen. And she is a Danish translational neurobiologist and a clinical neurologist and chairman of the Neurobiology Research Unit at the Rigshospitalet, which is in Copenhagen. And she's also professor in clinical neurobiology at the Copenhagen University. And her main area of research is neurobiology of neurotransmission. Professor Knudsen.
Thank you so much for your introduction and for the invitation to speak on a topic of my own choice within the psychedelics. It's a very interesting program that you have put together. Let me just get this one moved so I can read it. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Thanks. All right, so I chose the title of the non-hallucinogenic compounds, and we will get into what does that mean, and is there a potential for those compounds that act the same way as classical psychedelics, but do not seem to have any of the psychedelic effects themselves. Is there a role for those compounds? And it's something that many companies actively are working on. It's also a topic that is dividing people and therapists a lot, as you can imagine. But we can discuss that further in the Q&A session later on. But honestly, I'm fairly agnostic to the question, so now at least you know what I'm thinking about it. So I'll try to make as clean and as scientific an approach for this. It is going to be a little basic science from time to time. I hope that's okay, compared to the previous speakers that were more focusing on the therapeutic implications of these compounds. Just like Wim, I also need to announce some conflict of interest. Then I like to show this slide as one of my introductory slides, because all too often you hear about people mixing up the different psychedelic-like with the classical psychedelics. And I think it's important to keep in mind the mode of action. And of course, sometimes the psychedelic-like compounds can be used for the same therapeutic purposes, but in order to really understand the mode of action, I think it's important to separate what are we talking about, what kind of compounds. And in my talk, I will be focusing on the serotonergic, also called the classical psychedelics, of which we know different subtypes, the phenethylamines, tryptamines that can be divided into ergolines and into others like ergolin, the LSD compound, which is an artificially made compound compared to some of the naturally occurring psilocin and DMT. And what is common for those classic psychedelics is that they stimulate the brain's serotonin 2A receptors. This is an image where you can see the distribution of the human brain's serotonin 2A receptors. And we have also here done some work to actually be able to translate those positron emission tomography images into real quantitative measures. And the 5-HT2A receptor is quite abundant across the neocortex and also less so in the deeper cortical structures. But there is no 5-HT2A receptor in cerebellum. So I'll just start off by briefly discussing a few themes that have been pitched when it comes to the work of the mode of action of psychedelics. And let's just talk about the first one, because that's particularly relevant when it comes to the discussion about non-psychedelic 5-HT2A agonists. And this is that the psychedelics, they induce mystical type experiences that can facilitate interactions with therapists and enable patients to gain insights into their disorders, which is the foundation for getting better. So this is, of course, a very psychological approach, which does not really explain biochemically or otherwise what is going on. But this is, I think this is what people often see as the mode of action. And true enough, when we look at this mystical experience that often is associated with psychedelic sessions, then we used something called the Mystical Experience Questionnaire, also called MEQ. And this is a questionnaire that you can fill in after the experience is over, the session is done, and you can ask people to talk about different aspects. The MEQ total score builds on 4 subscales. One deals with the positive mood associated with the psychedelic experience, another one with the mysticality, and then there's the transcendence of time and space, and ineffability, that is the inability to explain what you just went through. And as you can see on the left side, we here made a so-called latent variable model where we took the MEQ from a number of psychedelic sessions with psilocybin done in healthy individuals. And we asked them also 1 month later, in what way has the psychedelic session changed your life, either in a positive or in a negative way? And it's very rare that people respond to some of the negative things. So we were focusing on the persisting positive drug effects. And what we could see here was that in many ways, the experience, the quality of the experience that people have had during the session was determining their long-term outcomes, meaning that it really matters what they qualitatively had experienced in the long term. And that, I guess, is somehow speaking into the the theory that it has to do with the quality of the experience, how well you react to this in the long term. It's also been shown that if patients with depression have a high MEQ score after a psychedelic session, they are more likely to benefit and to recover from their depressive thoughts and symptoms. So it seems to be a good handle for us to look at the qualitative aspects of the experience. But again, any association is not necessarily the same as causal. It could be that those who have a specific brain composition or biochemistry, that they are more likely to perceive a session as positive and with high mysticality. So we can't really say for sure that there is a causal association here. And one thing that is intriguing is that a while ago we also undertook some sessions where people were put in the MR scanner environment. Now, for those of you who have ever been in an MR scanner, you will know it's not a super pleasant experience. It's very noisy, it's very tight. If you have just the faintest idea about claustrophobia, then being in an MR environment while tripping is not particularly nice. And when we looked at the people who were in the scanner room while they were tripping and compared it to other people who were in a much more nice environment, as you can see here at the right upper picture, with quiet music and with sitters around and somebody stroking your hand, etc., then it is definitely very different. And what we could see was that for people who were in the MR scanner room, the mystical experience was way less than those in the quiet and nice room. The same goes for all the subsets of the MEQ, also for another measure, which is called oceanic boundlessness, which taps into things like spiritual experiences and blissful state. So clearly there was a dependency on the setting. It's not that we didn't know that that was the case, but I think this is one of the first cases where we have really found that we could measure a profound difference. And moreover, it was not just the acute experience, as shown in the previous slide, that also impacted people's perception of in what way had the experience changed their long-term positive perception of this, and how had it changed their lives in a positive manner. Again, these were all healthy individuals, but nevertheless, it shows the impact of the psychedelic experience, environment, and the setting. So, so let's move on to another common theme about the mode of action of psychedelics, and this is that the psychedelics, they promote structural and functional neuroplasticity, particularly in the prefrontal cortex, and that enables pathological circuits that are controlling things such as mood and fear and reward to be repaired. And this goes in this direction that by stimulating the 5-HT2A receptors and possibly eliciting brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is a growth factor that leads to increased synaptic density. As you can see here, sprouting goes on. You have activation of immediate early genes. You stimulate the BDNF receptor TrkB, and that can then lead to new synapses being formed, and perhaps in the long run, old synapses that are not useful for the purpose of getting well, that those are pruned out. And many studies have now shown in animal experiments how psychedelics, in one form or the other, can promote neuroplasticity. Another common theme that was touched upon by the first speaker is, again, animal studies that have investigated the so-called learning critical period for social reward, And this builds on the observation that we're all aware of, that there seems to be a certain window where the brain can learn new things. For instance, if you learn new languages before the age of 10, you will be able to learn to speak that language as your mother tongue, even if you already have learned a couple of other languages. Now, what has been done in these very meticulously conducted animal studies is to look at how the window for a social preference score and learning a social reward, how that can be shifted by treating these mice with, for instance, with psilocybin or other psychedelics. And here you can see that the normal pattern that is followed by mice can be disrupted, and you can actually kind of open the possibility for learn new ways of looking at elite social reward. And what has also been shown with a range of atypical and classical psychedelics is that it seems that the duration of the experience matters for this critical opening, so that if you have very long-acting compounds such as LSD, then the chances of having a longer window open is possible, and potentially that should enable you better to adapt the brain and to make it more neuroplastic. And then there is also another theory, which is that, well, it's nothing to do with the 5-HT2A receptor agonism, which is shared between these compounds, but it has to do with the brain-derived neurotrophic factor signaling. And here the idea is that some of the psychedelic compounds can stabilize the complex at the TrkB receptor, which will better enable the BDNF signaling. So that is a way of making it a positive allosteric modulator, if you like. And it's also been shown with other classical psychedelics. And again, the idea here is that you can then activate BDNF by boosting the brain's own BDNF pool, and in that way make plasticity and survival for healthy parts of the brain. So these are a number of different ways whereby one can think about the psychedelic effects. Now, how do we know if a given compound is psychedelic? Well, in the animal literature, what is often done is to look at a phenomenon called the head twitch response. It's usually looked for in mice. And I'm just going to show, for those of you who haven't seen it before, what does it look like. And here at the right, you can see a pig that has received a psychedelic compound. And you can see that the pig has this characteristic head twitch response. It's looping. It's not because it's continuing all the time, but this pig has been given a psychedelic compound, and it will start to have these characteristic head shakes. And at the left, you can see one of Alex Kwan's images, and here you can see the head twitch for this particular rodent at the left, but not at the right side. Okay, so let me just try to see how I can move on with this. All right, so here we go. And interestingly, this is a graph that is frequently shown, and it's taken as an evidence for how you can take the head twitch response to be a proxy for the potency of a given psychedelic compound. And what's done here is that this group did a phenomenal work in synthesizing a long range of serotonin 2A receptor agonists. And they showed by taking the logarithm of 1 over the potency of the head twitch response and comparing it to anecdotal reports on how much compound do you need to take in order to get a psychedelic experience in humans? And as you can see, it looks almost too good to be true. I mean, keep in mind, this is a logarithmic scale, so you can still have a large variation by a factor of 10 or so. And also, we know that the doses that can elicit psychedelic experiences can vary a lot from one person to the other. So I think I would be a little careful the moment you start to think a little bit more about this graph. A lot of things comes to mind. One of them being that when you look at the head twitch response in mice, you would typically inject it intraperitonially. That means you would have a very rapid increase, but also a potentially rapid metabolism. So how long time do you need to watch the animal for the head shakes? In the humans, it's typically taken perorally, which means that it takes much longer to peak. It also means that the doses that are administered to rodents is sometimes 1,000 times higher than those. So the plasma concentrations in the rodents will be way, way higher than in the humans. But still, I mean, this is something that kind of supports the idea. Now, what is not shown in this graph is that we know of a number of compounds that do not, they are 5-HT2A agonists, but they do not elicit the psychedelic experience. And it's a little divided. Most of the time, head twitch responses are also not seen. But again, those compounds do not seem to be included in this graph. So is there a way whereby one could start to think about how can we measure the target engagement of a given compound? And this one way to do that in vivo in humans is by using positron emission tomography, where you have traces that bind specifically to the serotonin 2A receptor. And at baseline, under normal conditions, here you have the 5-HT2A receptors. But then we have also serotonin, endogenous serotonin activating here, but we also have, in this case, a radiotracer called SMB36, which is also binding with a great affinity to these 5-HT2A receptors. Now, if we introduce psilocybin, the metabolite psilocin will also bind to the 5-HT2A receptors, thereby making the binding of the radioactive ligand smaller. And that means that as you have increasing psilocybin concentrations, you will have a decline in the PET signal. And that will conform to a single-site binding model with equation which looks like this. And just to give you an idea about how such an occupancy study is done, first you do a baseline scan and you can see that there's a lot of hot binding here. So many 5-HT2A receptors are present in this case. Then you administer a 5-HT2A receptor ligand, and then you do a block scan number 1. And you can see now you have a reduction in the binding, and you can then do a second administration with an even higher dose, and then you will have even less binding in the block scan 2. And in this way, you can define, here shown with ketanserin, which is a 5-HT2A receptor antagonist, a nice association between the plasma concentration of the drug ketanserin and how by increasing the plasma concentrations, you can start to block the 5-HT2A receptors. And from this plot, you can then define the concentration in plasma, or the dose if you like, with which you can block about half of the receptors. And this is what we did here in this study. You can do the same thing with psychedelics, and one of our projects was also to determine psilocybin occupancy of 5-HT2A receptors in humans, and then to look at the association between the serotonin 2A receptor occupancy in the brain and the dose given and the plasma psilocin levels and the subjective intensity ratings. And we gave different doses to 8 different people, healthy controls. You can see how the plasma concentration varies quite a lot after parole intake of psilocybin, and that those who got just a small dose of 3 milligrams, they didn't have very high concentrations, whereas those who got the 30 milligram, they had a very high peak and very high concentrations over time. So generally, the experience is gone in 5 hours or so. But some also have a shorter experience and a more rapidly increasing experience. And then when we look at the reported intensity, and this was done by asking people with regular intervals, so how strong is the experience now on a scale from 0 to 10? And then people would reply maybe 8 or 9 or 10, or depending on that. And you can see that there was also a nice association between plasma concentrations and the extent to which people felt that they had an psychedelic experience. Now, when we looked at the brain scans, we could identify a nice association between plasma psilocin concentration in the blood and the occupancy in the brain. And this conformed very nicely to a single site binding model. And remember that these different colors, they represent different people. So it's actually quite striking how we were able to make all these different people respond in a very unique way. What we could see here in the middle panel was also that as the occupancy of the brain started to increase and you had to be beyond 30% here, you would see there was an almost linear association between the brain occupancy of the 5-HT2A receptors and the intensity rating. So when you had about 65% of the receptors occupied, you would be having a profound psychedelic experience. You could make that without the brain scans, but you can see that that association is much more noisy because it's dependent on how people report, among other things. And here at the bottom left, you can see that the doses that were given in megs per kilogram did also conform to such an icing. So this means that we could show a direct association between subjective intensity, plasma concentrations and dose, and also the subjective experience and brain occupancy. Now, what we've done later is to repeat the same type of experience, but now doing it in pigs. Why use pigs? Well, pigs have brains that are very large. They are gyrated compared to the lissencephalic rat brains. Pigs are extremely smart. They're way smarter than dogs, and they can learn a lot. So it is a very nice model for the psychedelic compounds. And I just showed you before how a pig reacts. It also gets the head shakes as a measure of psychedelic influence. Whether it's having a psychedelic experience or not, we can't tell, of course, but we can see the head shakes clearly. And in this case, we looked at 3 different classical psychedelics, the DMT, the psilocybin, and LSD, and we could identify the mean plasma concentrations, whereby we had 50% of the brain 5-HT2A receptors occupied with these different compounds. And this is quite consistent with the data that we can see in humans. So again, quite representative for what's going on in humans. And the reason we wanted to define these IC50 values was in order to make sure that we could compare different compounds at similar 5-HT2A receptor occupancies. So clearly, if you want to compare a range of different compounds, you need to compare them at similar occupancies in the brain in order to look at the effects on the 5-HT2A. So having established that, then I think now it's time to talk a little bit about the non-psychedelic 5-HT2A receptor agonists, of which we know several. There is the compound lisuride that used to be used for an anti-Parkinson treatment. 2-bromo-LSD tabanantalol has also been heavily investigated. It has been shown that it has many of the same neuroplastic effects, although it seemingly is without any psychedelic experience in terms of head twitch response, at least. And there are also a couple of other compounds that were from, I think, the Shulgin library. He and his wife quite consistently tested many of these compounds and reported that Ariadne was not very effective for psychedelic experiences, although it did have some impact. Now, again, we don't know, are there issues with blood-brain barrier permeability? Is it rapidly metabolized? Does it even reach the 5-HT2A receptors in the brain? And without an occupancy study, we cannot tell whether there is target engagement. So we have taken, so far, a couple of these. We've taken lisuride and TPT, and we have looked at, do these compounds cross the blood-brain barrier? Do they engage, and at what IC50 values? But before moving on to show you those data, I'm just going to spend a brief moment talking about biased 5-HT2A receptor agonism. Because clearly, if you have 5-HT2A receptor agonists, why would they not work in the pharmacologically similar way? And one way that this has been explained in the past is that if you look at here at the B, you have an antagonist, so there is absolutely no signaling. You are blocking the endogenous serotonin or the psychedelics that are administered, so nothing will happen. And we know that as a quite good proof of the 5-HT2A receptor actually being a main target for psychedelic experiences. You can totally block the psychedelic experience if you take an antagonist. You can also intervene with a psychedelic experience by giving antagonists and thereby shorten the length and duration of the experience. Now, for the agonist stimulation, you will have engagement of two different pathways, one which is referred to as the G protein, and the other one which is referred to as the beta-arrestin 2 pathway. And if you have G protein bias ligand that only stimulates the G protein pathway, you will have that G protein upregulation or signaling, but you will not have any beta-arrestin pathway. And vice versa if you have a beta-arrestin biased ligand. So the way that this has been explained is that the prototypical psychedelics activate both the GQ11 coupling and the beta-arrestin 2 transducers. And that it is through the G protein coupling that the psychedelic experience emerges. And this has been assessed by the head twitch response in mice. And also, if you give beta-arrestin biased 5-HT2A receptor agonists, so in spite of them being agonists in the way that they stimulate signaling, then they can block the psychedelic effects and induce some receptor downregulation and desensitization. So this has been followed up, and it has been also pursued by pharmaceutical industries as a means whereby you could potentially boost the neoplastic effects, but without the psychedelic experience itself. So what we've also seen is this interesting association between the binding. The more 5-HT2A receptors you have, the less you seem to have of the MEQ, that is the psychedelic mysticality experience, which is so beneficial for long-term outcomes. And potentially this could be a matter of us looking at, with the SYMPI-36, we look at a mixture of those that are beta-arrestin and G protein coupling. So if we have a change in the transduction, that could potentially be explained by this. We don't know, but it's a theory to be pursued. Now on to the occupancy plots. At the left, you can see TPT, one of the non-psychedelic compounds. And yes, it does engage with 5-HT2A receptors. It does conform to the single site binding model. So we know that if you give enough of the TPG, you should be able to see or to dismiss the idea that there is a headshake dependency. And same goes here for lisurite. Lisurite does indeed get into the brain, and it also binds with the expected single site binding model. Now, in this way, we can determine the dose at which we will have about 65% of occupancy, which is the magical limit for a profound psychedelic experience in humans. And by the way, I didn't show you the data, but we have confirmed that also in a recent study we completed with LSD. So both for psilocybin and for LSD, it's true that as soon as you get beyond the 65% of occupancy in the brain, you do have a significant psychedelic experience. So what we did on the basis of these pig studies was then to take a dose of lisurite or of TPG that was corresponding to 65% of occupancy. And here you can see in this behavioral study where the pigs were awake and where we administered either saline, as you can see here with the gray. And of course, there is just a slight number of head shakes coming up, but that's just the baseline during the observation of 30 minutes. If you compare that to DMT, just need to put it in here. If you compare that to DMT, you can see that DMT is rapidly metabolized. So we have plenty of head shakes in the beginning, but after 20 minutes, it subsides, or 15 to 20 minutes subsides, and you have just baseline head shakes in those animals. If you look at psilocybin, you can see a pattern that is also emerging where you have more head shakes in the beginning, and then they start to go down, but they are more protracted than DMT. With LSD, the yellow one, you can see a delay, which is expected. We know that LSD takes some time to set in. It has a high affinity, so it takes longer for LSD to find into the pocket where it can stimulate. On the other hand, once it's sitting in the pocket, it stays there for quite an extended time period. And you can see correspondingly that it takes a little time for LSD to take off for the head shakes, but then it remains throughout the entire observation period of 30 minutes. Now, surprising what happens to lisurite here was that we saw, to our big surprise, we saw many more head shakes after a 65% brain occupancy dose than compared to any of the other psychedelic compounds. So this means that either the head twitch response is not really telling the whole story about psychedelic experiences, or potentially we need to look at the doses that have been given in different studies beforehand where this has been quoted to be a non-psychedelic compound. I haven't shown TPG here, but I can tell you that we also saw head shakes with TPG. And here you can see that if you administer doses that correspond to approximately the same occupancy level in the brain, you have quite similar number of head shakes with these three classical compounds, whereas with lisurite, we had many more head shakes in the majority of the pigs. So I think the story needs to be continued. We are actively looking into this. And the question of whether this has anything to do with biased agonism or not is to be answered later, I think, but because we don't know that yet. But it is important that when you compare different compounds, that you compare them at similar brain occupancy. So that's what I would argue. So just to summarize, and I think I'm doing fine on time now, is that that we now have emerging clinical evidence for therapeutic effects in several psychiatric and neurological conditions, as touched upon by previous speakers, that the full mode of action in humans is still unclear. But we know that the qualitative and the quantitative aspects of the experience are important for short and long-term effects. And that also includes the setting. as you can see here. I've shown you that in humans, the CYP5HT2A receptor occupancy is tightly associated with the subjective effects, the plasma drug, and the functional connectivity. I didn't show you data on functional connectivity, but that's also the case. And that we can see, based on experiments with psilocybin and LSD in humans, that if you reach about 65% brain occupancy at the 5-HT2A receptors, you will have a profound psychedelic experience, and that will linearly continue as the occupancy continues to increase. And I also showed you that the usefulness of using pigs in these studies, that we can determine brain occupancies, we can determine what doses to compare different psychedelic compounds at, we can investigate behavioral aspects such as head shakes in the pigs. And finally, that when we are comparing compounds at 65% occupancy, we can see that those head shakes in pigs show a time variant course consistent with known pharmacokinetics in humans. And with that, I would like to thank the group behind this, who did many of those experiments, and also the foundations that have supported the work we've been doing here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Knudsen, for this rather complicated subject. But let's see, do we have some questions? And let me start, or you have, okay.
Hello, thank you for your talk. So it seems that 5-HT2A occupancy doesn't give us the whole picture in terms of psychedelic experience or therapeutic beneficial of experience. What other players you would look into apart from TrkB? Are there any interesting crosstalks between different, in terms of binding to receptors? What would be those that you would stretch upon? Thanks.
Oh, let me stress that I think it is indispensable to have 5-HT2A stimulation in order to get the psychedelic experience. I think that generally, if there's something people can agree on, I think nobody is trying to argue that 5-HT2A receptors are not important. I think what you could say is that there could be additional routes whereby these compounds could work. Now, if we believe that we can completely separate the psychedelic experience from some of the beneficial effects we see in the brain, well, then it could be a potential epiphenomenon. And that, of course, would be interesting. And now here's, I guess, I'm trying to interpret your question. So what other factors could be in play? And I showed you a couple of basic neuroscience ideas that have been forwarded, such as, could it be that psychedelics are acting as positive allosteric modulators of the TrkB receptor where BDNF is acting? And I think that is an interesting theory. So we are currently working on, it's not something that's going to happen tomorrow, but I think it will be important to have access to that we're working on developing radiotracers whereby you can image the TrkB receptor in humans and potentially see how these are modulated once people are given psychedelics. So it could be some downstream effects that are going on. So I would say that yes, the 5-HT2 receptor agonism is for sure important for the psychedelic experience. It could be downstream effects of that signaling, but there could also be alternatives that have been mentioned here, such as the TrkB and the BDNF.
Let me ask one simple question. What is actually predicting the efficacy, or you said this mystical or psychedelic experience? Why people have such a intra-individual
variability?
Yeah, that's interesting. What we have looked at is also the course of the change in the psychedelic experience. So generally, you have an upslow phase where people start to move into the experience, and so that has a certain slope. And then you have a plateau phase where they are having the experience, and then they gradually slide out of that. And what we've seen is that if you have a long plateau phase and a sharp onset, it seems that you score higher on MEQ and on the persisting effects. So there is also something about how people get into the experience and how long they are in the experience. This is not to say that long-acting compounds would necessarily work better than short-acting compounds. But we've also seen that the slope and the speed with which you get into the psychedelic experience and how long you stay in the psychedelic experience is also dependent on that person's 5-HT2A receptors. And this is actually something that is surprisingly different because, for those of you sitting in the audience, you can maybe have a factor of 2 difference in your 5-HT2A receptors without knowing. We know that they go down with age, but still there is quite some inter-individual variability. So at least some of the inter-individual variability seems to be, can be ascribed to the variability in 5-HT2A receptors in the brain.
Thank you very much. And we have to move to the last speaker in this session. And this is Viljar Vede. And he's an Estonian psychiatrist with a long-term interest in therapeutic use of psychedelics for mental disorders. And he's a pioneer in the psychiatric use of ketamine in Estonia. And he practices ketamine-assisted psychotherapy at the private clinic in Tallinn. Dr. Vede.
Hi. Can you hear and see me? Yes. Okay, so thanks for the nice introduction. My name is Viljar Vede from Estonia. And I'm going to give you a short overview about the use of psychedelics and more specifically ketamine-assisted psychotherapy in Estonia. So let me try to share my screen also for you. I think it's this one. Okay, so did it work? I think it did. So the topic of psychedelics has been gaining a lot of interest in Estonia over the last years. And then not only among mental health professionals, but also amongst general public and media. And these are just a few examples of the headlines from our media about where they have spoken and written about psychedelics. Either it be ayahuasca, ecstasy, LSD, psilocybin mushrooms. And then especially I can see the rise in the interest over the last 1 or 2 years, I would say. I'm going to give you a short overview about the use of psychedelic substances in Estonia in general. The only thing that we can call a bit psychedelic amongst traditional healers in Estonia has been the fly agaric mushroom, Amanita muscaria. And then the tradition goes back hundreds of years. And at the moment, the community of people, mostly they are called witches around here, use the same mushroom, but the community it's rather small at the moment. We also have the Liberty Cap, the Psilocybe semilanceata growing in our area, but this mushroom, it's quite rare, and I couldn't find any information about the traditional use of the psilocybin mushrooms. Coming into the more recent times, the use of psychedelics in general in Estonia, it was non-existent during the Soviet occupation time, and then definitely before that. But the recreational use started as soon as the Soviet Union collapsed, and Iron Curtain, or how to say, wasn't there anymore. So since then we have had like a steady, I would say, like rather growing use of psilocybin mushrooms, LSD, and then some other psychedelics, but these two ones being the most common. Over the last, I would say, 5 years, there definitely has been a rise in the use of ketamine also for recreational purposes. And I think it has much to do with the coverage of the media on the same subject. The shamanic approaches originating from the Americas were introduced here in the mid-2000s. And then since then we have had like steady community of people using ayahuasca, but also San Pedro cacti and psilocybin mushrooms for ceremonial healing purposes. The first use of ketamine for psychiatric treatment happened during the early 2010s. I think it was, might have been 2012, because I remember I was starting my residency in psychiatry around that time, and I saw the video of the first patient who received the ketamine infusion in an inpatient setting in Estonia. And the video of the patient before and after. Well, it was rather interesting for the psychiatrists around that time because of the ketamine being known for being a psychedelic and being hallucinogen and dissociative. And since then, the use of ketamine and this ketamine infusions slowly spread among the psychiatrists. But it has remained, like I would say, mostly on a quite low level. Before 2021, they were mostly used in inpatient settings only. There was one place in Tallinn where they did esketamine infusions also, and they have done it for quite a long time. But the approach has been like very non-psychedelic and I would say rather superficial. In 2021, I had the honor of opening the first like specific like ketamine infusion service in a private clinic in Tallinn. And then I worked there for about 3 years, and during that time we did over 500 ketamine infusions, mostly for patients with treatment-resistant depression, but also some other diagnoses, for example, anxiety disorders and some trauma patients. Also, at some time during the 2010s, I think nobody really knows exactly when and how, because this information is not available anywhere. There was an emergence of the underground therapists, and now I've been like involved in this topic for quite some time. I know that there are people in Estonia, mostly in the Tallinn area, who use, for example, MDMA, LSD, psilocybin mushrooms, maybe some other substances for therapeutic purposes. And then some of them really don't have any experience like treating people with mental health problems, only have the experience themselves. But some others are rather like highly trained by and have taken like good quality courses of how to conduct the psychedelic therapy. But the demand for this kind of like underground therapy is rather high because the legal like options for receiving this kind of therapy are currently very, very limited. The Spravato esketamine nasal spray was introduced to Estonia in 2022. and a year later it also received compensation by the national governmental medical system. But the use of Spravato has been rather on a low level because some of the limitations about people who qualify for this, for being compensated. The last year definitely was breaking point in this field in our country. In May 2024, I, together with two good people, established a foundation to advance the implementation of the psychedelic therapies in Estonia, with the aim of being a competence center at some point soon in this topic. And in October 2024, I, together with three of my dear colleagues, we opened a private clinic in Tallinn, where we made preparations to start using ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, and I conducted the first session in November. So this was officially like the start of the legal era of the psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy in our country, and it was quite recent, as you can see. No other use of any other psychedelics is currently allowed in Estonia, similarly to other European Union countries. So there are no others that I can speak about them, unfortunately. So this is the link to the English version of our clinic homepage. And then there is a short summary meant for the patients about psychedelic therapy with ketamine and how it's done and what are the indications and contraindications and etc. So you can take a look if you're interested. The description of the ketamine-assisted psychotherapy I'm outlining here is the same approach that I'm using, and this is the main approach used in the world in general today. So with ketamine, on a biological state, we utilize the rapid activation of neuroplasticity, synaptogenesis, induction of the high entropy brain states, and normalizing connectivity. To compare with using only ketamine infusions and Spravato, these approaches only play on the activation of the neuroplasticity and normalizing connectivity, but they do lack the potential for transformational and mystical type experiences, because first, the dosages that are used are rather low. So this kind of experiences even really cannot happen except for very sensitive individuals, and then people are also not psychologically prepared to have this kind of experiences. But with ketamine psychotherapy, the dosages that we can and do use can be much higher than with ketamine infusions or Spravato only. It does follow the basic principles of psychedelic therapies, meaning that we have preparation sessions, medication sessions, and integration sessions afterwards. Ketamine, as being like a neuroplastic agent, it can be integrated with, I would say, like basically every psychotherapy modality that there are. Since I'm currently in our country the only one offering this kind of therapy, being one of the few ones that is trained in using psychedelics, I specifically use the elements of cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness, and psychoanalytic psychotherapy, but I'm not really a psychotherapist myself. So my main training has been with the using of psychedelics only. We are actively looking to expand the possibilities of integrating ketamine with other psychotherapeutic modalities. therapy is trauma and attachment informed, and then set and setting almost of utmost importance. Not going to spend too much time on this slide, but Eli Kolb in his article 2014 has outlined very nicely the different kinds of states that ketamine can induce. And just to summarize very briefly, I said from the low doses, ketamine can cause like a minor relaxation and then the lift in mood and then some visual changes. But going up with dosages, it has the potential of causing transformational near-death and ego-dissolving transcendental experiences, which, if they are realized well, can bring about like a quite profound healing and changes in personality structure also. Here are a few photos from the interior of our clinic. Since we designed it right from the scratch for being able to conduct psychedelic therapies here at the moment, it's ketamine. Maybe in the near future we can use something else. We put a lot of emphasis on the interior design, meaning that we didn't want our clinic to look like a clinic, but more like a living room settings. And patients at least have received it very nicely. Most of them have liked it very much. Currently, I'm actually sitting in the same room that you can see on the left side of the slide. During usual like visits, it looks like any other room, but for ketamine sessions, I can transform the sofa to a bed. The patient can lie down, usually do a short meditation exercise before moving on to ketamine, spend some time in the room before a person goes into a different state of consciousness. I dim the lights. I use music. We have a music setup of headphones and then soundbar, which plays the same music simultaneously, so that like coming out from the experience of non-ordinary state of consciousness, so it wouldn't be like a softer landing. And then definitely eye shades. Mostly ketamine psychotherapy is used for major depression, also bipolar depression, anxiety disorders, and trauma-related disorders. And then these are also the main diagnoses that I've been working in my clinic so far. I acknowledge the potential of ketamine for treating substance use, especially like alcohol use disorders and eating disorders. At the moment, our medicine agency advised against using ketamine-assisted psychotherapy for these disorders. But there have been patients with comorbid substance use disorders, mostly alcohol and depression, for example. Speaking with our medicine agency in the autumn, they also advised against using it as a first-line treatment. So it has to be reserved for treatment-resistant cases. But the criteria, like what is a treatment-resistant disorder, it's quite loose. So we do have a definition for depression, for example, but what is a treatment-resistant anxiety disorder or a complex PTSD? This is like much up to the treatment provider to use. But I've been trying to take into account similar kind of criteria as there are for depression. definitely there has to be a very careful screening, patient selection, evaluation. This nevertheless has to be done by a psychiatrist. It is better to use ketamine for people who don't have this explained as like externalizing kind of disorders, who are not prone to violence, aggression, or acting out. So mood disorders, anxiety disorders, and trauma-related disorders are a good target for this kind of an approach. And we do have a specific written informed consent form, and then the therapeutic relationship with the treatment provider is of utmost importance. I know that most places in US use ketamine lozenges, and sometimes they gradually go up to intramuscular administration. We don't have any ketamine lozenges available in Estonia, and I'm not really sure, but I haven't really heard that this thing kind of ketamine like form being available in European Union or Europe in general. So we have settled for intramuscular administration, and then we go up to the higher end of the sub-anesthetic doses, so up to 200 milligrams. But the dosage increase has to be gradual, so you cannot start with 102 or 150 or 200 milligrams right at once, because it definitely would be too intense for the patient. And then so far, since we haven't been open for a very long time, I've had 8 patients treated with this kind of a modality, and then in total 13 sessions. And with most patients, the results have been quite encouraging. I would say one good session with ketamine can give relief from the treatment-resistant depression or anxiety for at least weeks, sometimes in a month. But all of the patients that I'm continuing with, the therapy process is still like not finished. I'm continuing with gradually building up the dosages also. There have been a few people who didn't have very good experience. One of them had like a quite severe case of nausea and vomiting, and then one person just didn't feel any effect. I think it was because of the neurodevelopmental qualities that he had, like ADHD and autism spectrum, were the reasons for not responding to the treatment. And also the rise in blood pressure, although it's quite transient, this can be sometimes like surprisingly high. The high cost is definitely the main limitation for accessing this kind of treatment, because it can only be done in a private clinic. There is no option for governmental funding for it. And then also, as I mentioned a bit earlier, the options to integrate the ketamine-assisted therapy with other forms of psychotherapy are currently very limited, and we're looking to expand these possibilities of integrating it with specific like cognitive behavioral therapy, psychoanalytical therapy, and all the other forms of therapy which we have possibility here for. And then, as I said, no other CAP providers in the country at the moment. This is just a slide to illustrate all of the ways that ketamine and psychotherapy can be combined. This is a short and very nice article by Gregor Hassler a few years ago published. And let's just have a few minutes left. I'm gonna stop here and then introduce just the homepage, and then some vision about the foundation that we founded in spring in Estonia. This is called the Foundation for Therapeutic Advancement and Innovation with Psychedelics. And we are the community member of PARIA, also the Psychedelic European Alliance. the goals of our foundation, they're like we work together with other people in the and other organizations in the network in Europe. But the main goals are very local, like our country oriented. So we are aim to raise the awareness of this topic by sharing reliable and up-to-date information. We have a constant like news channel and social media. We are actively participating in the policy making and regularly meeting with and cooperating with all kinds of national institutions to also to raise the knowledge and increase the collaboration to advance this field. This year we started to with the integration services, and this means like providing support and integration and the therapeutic approach for people who have used psychedelics on their own and have experienced adverse effects or like a bad trip. And currently there have been no places to turn to. Also, we are raising funds to provide training scholarships for mental health professionals who want to study psychedelic therapy, so we can increase the possibilities of for the patients in Estonia. And plan to organize a larger conference sometime, hopefully at the end of this year, maybe in the beginning of the next one. And then, if possible, and if we have enough funds, then also to maybe start a scientific study or a clinical trial, which there have been no clinical trials with psychedelics so far in Estonia. And so nicely, like finishing at the right time. Then just a few pictures of
Thank you so much.
Launching event of our foundation, which took place in January, and we also had an honor of hosting Tadeusz Havro, who is the founder and then the executive of the Barrier Foundation. So that's all by me. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for very practical and clinically oriented speech. And unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but I want to ask you one just very short. You said that it's a limitation is the high cost of the therapy. Is it
Yes.
cost of the medicine or cost of personal stuff?
Well, say that the only thing that really costs is time, because it's rather time consuming. Not only the session itself, which lasts for about 3 hours, sometimes 3.5, 4, depending on how the session goes, but also the preparation and then the integration sessions. And well, the cost of the one ketamine session itself currently in our clinic is 525 euros. The medication itself, ketamine, doesn't really cost basically anything. So the price of the one dosage that I use is for about 8 euros, I would say. So it's only the time.
Jā, cienītie klausītāji, blakus telpā, tur ir atvērtas durvis, mums ir kafijas pauze 20 minūtes, būtu vislabāk, ja nu gadījumā jūs nokavējat vēl 2-3, tas būtu pieņemami. Ne halucinogēni ēdieni un vielas. Jā. Nu, drošības pēc.
Conference otro daļu, otro sesiju. Dear colleagues, everybody who is watching us online, we are starting second part of this conference today. My name is Mārcis Auziņš. I will be chairperson for this session. And we will have, I think, equally interesting second part. I simply would like to remind everybody that it's part of the university annual international conference, one of the sessions of the international annual conference of the University of Latvia. And in the second part, we will be trying to a little bit broaden perspective of our discussion. In the first part, mainly we focused on the medical aspects, on the clinical research of psychedelics and psychoactive drugs. In the second part, at least in the first part of this session, we will be focusing more on the societal aspects, on psychological aspects, and even on philosophical aspects. Because two of our first speakers today are philosophers by training. Everybody of us are philosophers by inherently philosophers, I guess. But our first speakers are trained philosophers. And the first speaker today will be Kaspars Eichmanis. He got his PhD in Buddhology and Buddhist studies and sinology from Chenxi National University in Taiwan. Not so long ago, I had chance to meet Kaspar several times when I was visiting Taiwan and saw how fluently he spoke Chinese there. So it means that he has this first-hand experience of Buddhist thoughts and Buddhist philosophy, and why it's important, I think, for today's discussion and for today's conference, because as we already got from the first part of our discussions, these altered states of mind, changed states of mind, we often somehow relate to some situations what people can attain when they are doing deep meditation. And meditation we are very often associating with different Eastern teachings, Eastern philosophies, and Eastern practices. So this is, I think, additional kind of added value to what we will be hearing now. And now I would like to give floor to Kaspars. Dr. Kaspars Eichmanis, who at this point represents Faculty of Humanities of the University of Latvia. And the title of his talk is Psychedelics and Philosophy, and then some explanation what does it mean. So, Kaspar, floor is yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor, though a rather peculiar one, to be the first, at least within the context of Latvian academia, to speak about philosophy and psychedelics in the same breath. This moment carries a certain historical weight. For the first time at the University of Latvia, these two words, one of them still carrying a slight air of taboo, are being formally brought together. Yet historical moments can sometimes be fleeting. They may pass by unnoticed or leave little lasting impact. Whether this particular moment will bear fruit remains to be seen. Well, at the same time, the peculiarity of our subject invites some light-hearted observations. In the lead-up to this event, some informally referred to it as the Conference on Mushrooms. This in itself is an interesting reflection. These simple yet remarkable beings of nature, mushrooms, can lead us into the depth of philosophical inquiry. Some might find it this surprising, but if we take a step back, we should remember how many profound philosophical conundrums and existential knots have been untangled with the help of other beautiful gifts of nature, grapes and wheat. Well, first, let's start with the historical context. Well, why do we start with Aldous Huxley? Well, first of all, he's the figure who brought psychedelics to Western intellectual life. His 1945 book, The Dose of Perception, turned a mescaline trip into a philosophical event, opening with William Blake's line, "If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite." Well, the name Doors, of course, you know, gave also the name for the band Doors. But Blake's point is that our everyday perception is clouded. Huxley thought psychedelics could clear it, revealing reality's boundless depth. Philosophy, though, has often been wary, dismissing altered states as distortions of or mystical quirks. Well, Huxley also helped to name these experiences. In 1956, he traded letters with psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond, who had been exploring consciousness-altering drugs. Huxley pitched phanerothym, from Greek roots meaning soul manifesting, with a playful rhyme. To make this trivial world sublime, take a half of gram of phanerothym. Osmond countered with psychedelic blending psyche, mind or soul, and the loon, to make visible. And his own words, to fathom hell or go angelic, just take a pinch of psychedelic. Well, you should be reminded that Osmond's mind-manifesting term won out, shaping how we talk about these substances today. Although, as you will see, his original term, suggestion was to plumb the depths and soar angelic. Well, this debate echoes a philosophical tension. Huxley's phanerothym nods to revealing the soul, while Osmond's psychedelic suggests uncovering the mind. It's a distinction that recalls American pragmatist philosopher Charles Sanders Peirce, who coined the term phaneroscopy. That was his take on phenomenology. from the same Greek root, phaneron, meaning what appears. Peirce wanted to study experience as it shows itself without metaphysical baggage. Like Huxley, he was after what's manifest. Like Osmond, he aimed to make the mind's workings visible. Their terms frame psychedelics as a window onto the soul, the mind, or raw phenomena. Well, this naming story marks a shift. Psychedelics moved from shamanic fringes to intellectual circles. But what are they showing us? That's where philosophy steps in. Does it demystify these experiences, peeling away the spiritual fluff, so to say? Or does it legitimize them, giving tools like psychedelics and ideas like Peirce's a place in serious thought? This brings us to psychedelics as a philosophical subject. Well, this etymology alone invites philosophical reflection. If the term psychedelic literally means revealing or manifesting the soul, then the use of psychedelics is, in a sense, a practice of uncovering aspects of consciousness that remain hidden in ordinary perception. But what does it mean for something to be manifested? Is it created, revealed, or merely made accessible? American philosopher Arthur Danto, in his work Connections to the World, or the Basic Concepts of Philosophy, describes philosophy as a grinding machine, a tool that wears away the mystical and mythological to reveal a clearer intellectual structure underneath. Well, if this is true, what does philosophy do to the psychedelic experience? Does it demystify it, stripping it of spiritual and metaphysical significance, or does it intellectually legitimize it, incorporating it into a broader philosophical framework? This dual possibility, demystification versus legitimization, well, anchors our exploration, at least philosophical one. Well, if we accept that psychedelics alter perception in fundamental ways, we can ask whether they also serve as tools for philosophical inquiry. Indeed, they allow us to explore core philosophical oppositions, process versus stability. Do psychedelics reveal a reality that is inherently dynamic and fluid, rather than fixed and stable? Also, realism versus anti-realism. Do they expose aspects of reality that exist independently of human consciousness? Or do they demonstrate that reality is always shaped by perception? From epistemological perspective, even distortions and hallucinations must be taken seriously. After all, if we define reality as all that is, then dreams, hallucinations, and psychedelic experiences are not unreal, but part of a broader spectrum of human experience. This leads us to a crucial question. What does expanding consciousness actually mean? Is it simply an increase in awareness, or does it entail the reconfiguration of consciousness itself? If so, what are the philosophical implications of such a transformation? Psychedelics challenge fundamental philosophical assumptions about self, reality, and perception. If the mind is not a fixed entity, but something that can be radically transformed by substances, what does that imply about personal identity? If perception is not a passive reflection of reality, but an active, malleable process, then can we still speak of an objective world at all? Rather than viewing psychedelics as external distortions of perception, we might instead treat them as philosophical instruments, tools that force us to rethink the very categories upon which philosophy is built. This applies not only to experimental philosophy, but also to metaphysical inquiry in a deeper sense. The psychedelic experience and the reflection that follows it naturally brings forth the most central questions of metaphysics. Realism versus anti-realism, the nature of the mind-independent world, and the possibility that aspects of reality are in some way mind-constituted. Let's move on to psychedelics as philosophical instruments, epistemological, metaphysical, and methodological dimensions. Well, psychedelics have long been dismissed as mere tools for escapism, but contemporary research and philosophical inquiry suggests they possess profound implications for epistemology, or theory of knowledge, metaphysics, or theory of what exists, and the philosophy of mind. Rather than treating them as distortions of reality, they may be better understood as instruments for its deeper investigation. Methodological tools that, like telescopes and microscopes, scientists, hardcore scientists, excuse me for this comparison, extend the range of what can be seen, known, and questioned. This perspective frames psychedelics not only as subjects of philosophical analysis, but also as tools for doing philosophy, in a sense even experimental philosophy, well, particularly in relation to the nature of perception, knowledge, and reality. A key philosophical question about psychedelics is whether they reveal truth about consciousness and the world or merely produce chemically induced hallucinations. In philosophy of mind and cognitive science, perception is understood as shaped by neural and cognitive processes. If everyday experience is already filtered through these mechanisms, why should it be considered more valid than the altered states psychedelics induce? Some argue that psychedelic experiences can yield genuine insights, even within a naturalistic view where cosmic consciousness, quote and unquote, might be an illusion. The debate hinges on whether these states provide knowledge or simply offer comforting delusions. Well, this aligns with another American pragmatist philosopher, father of modern psychology, William James's radical empiricism, which holds that all experiences, including psychedelic ones, are real insofar as they influence cognition and perception. So he wrote, our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness as we call it, is but one special type of consciousness, whilst all about it, parted from it by the filmiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without suspecting their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus and a touch, they are there in all their completeness. Definite types of mentality which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. No account of the universe in its totality can be final, which leaves these other forms of consciousness quite disregarded. Well, from this view, psychedelics don't necessarily distort reality. They suggest reality may be more malleable than we assume. In philosophy of science, psychedelics challenge scientific realism, which grapples with how perception shapes knowledge. If these substances produce coherent, transformative states, dismissing them as hallucinations or just merely hallucinations might oversimplify the issue. They could act as alternative lenses revealing aspects of reality hidden in ordinary consciousness. This question also carries socio-political weight. Labeling experiences as real or illusory isn't just a personal matter. It reflects broader cultural biases. Just as psychedelic states are often marginalized, so too are certain political or ideological perspectives. If perception is shaped by neurological and social factors, who decides what counts as real and on what basis? Psychedelics also raise metaphysical questions about reality, selfhood, and the mind's relationship with the world. So-called ego dissolution, or a common effect where the self's boundaries fade into a sense of cosmic unity, forces us to ask, is the self an illusion or just a fluid process? Does consciousness extend beyond the individual? Do these experiences point to a dynamic, relational view of reality? Some suggest psychedelics align with process philosophy, which sees consciousness as emergent and ever-changing and never fixed. They might reveal dimensions of experience filtered out by everyday cognition, acting like tools that expand perception. This challenges traditional realism, of course. If psychedelic states feel more real than real, do they undermine standard hierarchies of reality? Since all perception is mediated to a certain extent, can any state claim ultimate truth? These questions blur the line between reality and illusion, pushing us to rethink rigid metaphysical categories. Well, psychedelics aren't just subjects to study. They're tools for exploring reality. Much like mathematics and physics, or thought experiments in philosophy, they expand perception and cognition, uncover layers of consciousness inaccessible otherwise. In philosophy of mind, they illuminate debates about altered states, selfhood, and the nature of consciousness. If they show the mind can construct radically different yet coherent realities, they question assumptions about the stability of self and world. These states might not be aberrations, but part of a wider range of cognitive possibilities, offering clues to the mind's structure and its interaction with reality. Psychedelics invite reflection within a broader landscape of altered states and philosophical traditions. Dreams, meditation, and mystical states are also non-ordinary experiences. What makes psychedelics unique? They could bridge modern research with historical practices like shamanism or Asian self-cultivation traditions, raising questions about whether they mimic or distort states achieved through disciplined effort. If they provide quick access to mystical experiences, do they bypass the transformative work those traditions demand? Well, there's always certain skepticism involved. And skepticism about their epistemological value persists. Do they uncover deeper truth or just create compelling illusions I just mentioned previously? Well, comparing them to psychosis or other hallucinations might clarify their status. A cautious approach keeps these questions open, enriching the debate without rushing to conclusions. Although all metaphysical and epistemological doubts are perfectly acceptable, well, we must not forget that the tradition of European philosophy also contains voices that urge us to think of philosophy as a conceptually liberating tool. Well, let's remember Wittgenstein. What is your aim in philosophy? To show the fly the way out of the fly bottle, he says in Philosophical Investigations. Well, long time before him, albeit in a slightly different fashion, Epicurus observed that vain is the word of a philosopher which does not heal any suffering of man. So therefore, therapeutically, psychedelics show promise for treating addiction, PTSD, depression, and, well, to be frank, existential distress that everyone, each of us suffers now and then. This aligns with pragmatic philosophy, which values ideas by their ability to reduce suffering. Yet they aren't a cure-all. Lasting change likely requires effort beyond the experience itself. Their limits and risks, like escapism, need scrutiny alongside their benefits. Finally, my conclusion. This proves that I'm definitely not going through the trip because the time dilution doesn't work, so I'm within the time bound. So. The philosophy of psychedelics isn't fringe anymore. It strikes at the heart of Western thought. In theory of knowledge or epistemology, it probes the limits of knowledge. In metaphysics, it questions what's real. In political philosophy, it can be also applied to this field. It challenges who defines altered states, who controls them, and who polices them. But let's return to where we began, Huxley and Osmond. Their naming debate, phanerothym versus psychedelic, soul versus mind, mirrors, in a certain sense, our task today. Does philosophy demystify these experiences, grinding away the mystical haze, as Danto might suggest, leaving us with a clearer, harder truth? Or does it legitimize them, making psychedelic tools for seeing the world anew? Yet, philosophy's role is distinct from both science and literature. Science investigates the mechanisms of psychedelic states, how they alter cognition, their neurochemical substrates, their therapeutical potential. Literature captures their ineffability, transforming subjective experience into narrative, expanding the limits of expression. Philosophy, however, does something else. It clarifies. It examines the very concepts that frame our understanding: self, reality, perception, and knowledge, laying bare their presumptions, presuppositions, and testing their coherence. Psychedelics, then, do not merely pose empirical or poetic questions. They force us to refine our conceptual landscape. Therefore, they strip away illusions of a fixed self or stable reality, yet elevate these substances from taboo to instruments of inquiry, expanding what we can know and question, or maybe somehow, in an unsettling manner, adds another layer of illusions and conundrums. If philosophy seeks understanding, it can't ignore these strange allies. From mushrooms to mind, psychedelics don't just echo old debates. Well, they demand we rethink them. And that's their challenge and their promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you are leaving us enough time for questions. Do we have questions in the audience? Yes, please. But yeah.
Microphone. Well, thank you very much. When you mentioned Aldous Huxley, I immediately thought that maybe Summer Pills in Brave New World are the future of Europe, psychedelic use. Well, but what I wanted to ask to you as a person who, one of the few who understands East in Latvia, is that do you think it could be wise to revisit some work of Timothy Leary and Ramdas that in accordance to Tibetan Book of Death and the psychedelic experience as a way to overcome or decrease, as Ernest Becker would put it, the denial of death in humans as such? Thank you.
Well, before the conference, I paraphrased Timothy Leary as turn on, tune in, but by no means drop out. I think that is one of the cul-de-sacs when it comes to use of psychedelics in that context, as it was during the counterculture at the end of the 60s. What I'm myself more interested in comparing certain of these states, because for a philosopher they are phenomenological states. They are just the way we perceive them. This is very different from the way the natural scientists, as they presented this morning, they approach it. But how do these experiences map onto certain psychotechnical results of Buddhist meditation, just for example? Although this is a conundrum, if we wanted to do a controlled study on Buddhist meditators, they would first of all have to relegate all their moral, so to say, rules that they follow, because among the 200 on some of them, one of them is definitely which prohibits you to use any kind of substances that would cloud your mind. So in that kind of, it would be difficult to imagine how that kind of study would happen. But apart from that, what strikes me when these experiences are detailed, that there is an undeniable similarity, because at this point we can speak only of similarity, that which pertains to certain descriptions of higher and deeper states of Buddhist meditation. That's for sure. But whether there is a strong correlation or strong causation, that's another question.
Okay, do we have more questions? Maybe I can pose one. Actually, you already mentioned yourself that today we experience two very different approaches to this topic. One from people who are coming from medical science, who are studying very exactly, very precisely things and measuring things very precisely, and from perspective of philosophy, when you are speaking about how we perceive world, how we are looking at the world in different situations with psychedelics and without them. What struck me during the first part of the conference, when our guest spoke about mystical experience, then if you notice on graphs there was specific number, very precise number, from 0 to 100, attributed to certain mystical experience. It means that mystical experience can be measured and measured very precisely. What do you think? Is it possible to bring together this very precise scientific or exact science attitude to measure all these things? And you mentioned several times William James, who tried to do that in some sense, and this philosophical approach. And if these two approaches are together, can we expect something new and interesting coming out, or simply they don't overlap?
Oh, I think definitely there's a possibility of bringing them together. Well, mentioning William James, he also had his time with certain types of drugs and was into spiritualism, which was very popular at the end of the 19th century in the United States. But comparing approaches from the exact sciences and philosophy and social science, well, I think that's just they approach the same objects of study just from a different perspective. That's first of all. The second one, where philosophy helps. Philosophy, but this should be understood that philosophers, especially those who work in close collaboration with exact scientists, they need to understand a little bit of what is going on there. But on the other side, the exact scientists need to understand a proper use of terms. If I may say so. Just to give you a very quick example, we are used to, especially following all the studies made by neuroscientists and cognitive scientists, we are used to say that my brain made me to do this and my brain made me to do that. From the point of view of philosophers, that is a complete categorical mistake. Brain does not make you do anything. Because you should be perceived as a whole person, which also involves the whole body. So this idea of thinking that, for example, brain makes you to do something is in a very strange way reminiscent of old philosophical problems like Descartes' dualism, who thought that res cogitans, the thinking part, is just completely different substance and should be taken away from extended things or bodies which are just mechanistically moving in the space. So in that sense, it is obvious to most of people involved that a new approach should be used to somehow explain the working of biochemistry in the brain and the way it pairs with the way you perceive it, even if it just seems so, or even that scientists might tell you that it's just a hallucination, because you're never going to escape it. No matter how many times scientists tell us that the sun is at the center of the solar system and the Earth revolves around the sun, we are always bound to the perspective where the sun rotates, and so these are kind of our limits of our perception. But these various approaches just allow us to peel away and look deeper.
Thank you. Definitely, it's topic for next conference.
Oh, exactly. This is. I wanted to say that if we achieve anything, that this might be the next stepping stone, and maybe within the confines University of Latvia, a course on psychedelics and philosophy also would be welcoming.
Okay, let's thank Kaspars again. And our next speaker, we will be continuing in the same direction. It's Professor Vents Sīlis, who represents Riga Stradiņš University, our partner university not far from here, Faculty of Science and of Social Sciences. And his training is in philosophy and sociology again. So we can expect a continuation of this dialogue between exact sciences and more philosophical approach. And in previous talks in the first session, we learned a lot about chemistry of the mind. I know that Dr. Sealis has studied C.G. Jung a lot. And C.G. Jung a lot spoke about alchemy of the mind. And chemistry and alchemy, I think, are two very close subjects, I would say. And I think that we can expect something in this direction from Dr. Sealis. So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to talk today. It's all right, so vertical challenges again. Okay, I hope you hear me fine. If not, then make weird noises and I'll pay attention to you. But today's topic is, well, I was listening to Kaspars and I was thinking how I actually started writing a little bit different ending for my story. But so there's going to be a bit more material than you're going to see in the slides. But the slides themselves, let's move on. Indeed, let's start with what philosophers do as a must. They have to define what the basic terms are. The first term we need to define is what individuation is. And I tried to go easy on you because Jung writes extensively about the subject, but it's easier to think about individuation as some sort of natural process of development which is somewhat similar to ripening of a fruit. When a fruit is ripe, you know what happens. Fruit falls. In a pretty much the same way, you can understand individuation as falling of a ripe fruit exactly at the right time. Okay, so I thought it's just a token, symbolic token of speech. Okay, all right. I hope you heard at least some fragments of what I was trying to say. So individuation is a natural process of development, of moving towards psychological wholeness. And wholeness in Latvian has a nice ring to it. When we say vesels, veselība, it means both whole and health. So wholeness and health here comes into one notion. Transition from the, and this is important for the stuff we do in men's groups, trying to solve the old mystery of how a boy becomes a man. It's a transition from psychological childhood in a psychological maturity. Now, here's a bit heavier explanation taken from Daryl Sharp from his Jungian lexicon. Individuation is a process informed by archetypal ideal of wholeness. So here the archetypes enter. And archetypes, and at this point I would like to turn off the lights and put on some smoke, because whenever you talk about archetypes, it has to be a little bit dark and mysterious. So, and some Gothic music in behind. So this ideal of wholeness, which depends on vital relationship between the ego and the unconscious, an increasing awareness of one's unique psychological reality, including personal strengths and limitations, and at the same time, deeper appreciation for humanity in general. So you see what individuation does to us. It shows us ourselves, but at the same time, it teaches us to see others too. And you can always recognize an individuated man by also his ability to notice others. There's basically two parts of individuation. First half of life, we devote to establishment of a healthy, functioning ego. Ego is important because it's the center of the consciousness, and consciousness needs some sort of a center. But whenever we establish the one, and it usually happens around 35, 40 years of age, what happens is a strange thing. When the fruit is ready, it falls. So second half of life, if it ever happens, because some of us never really transcend this childhood phase, we always say, stay up, attached to the tree. The tree is the collective unconscious that fills us with juices of whatever collective symbolic forms are floating. So the second half of life means journey into darkness. It's a fall downwards. And the key word here is death of the ego. So that, what we were strengthening, making as functional as possible, building a career around, now has to be dismantled. Now, James Hollis, who has been translated into Latvian, calls it the second adulthood. Some other thinkers call it second puberty. Well, measure as you want, it's the second. Now, but what if the ego doesn't want to die? Jung writes, fear of self-sacrifice lurks deep in every ego, and this fear is often the precariously controlled demand of the unconscious forces to burst out in full strength. So now you see that self-sacrifice needs to be done in order to release the potential captured in the unconscious. But then no one who strives for selfhood is spared this dangerous passage. For that which is feared also belongs to the wholeness of the self. This means that in order to become whole, we need to overcome our one-sidedness, our ego consciousness. This means literally getting rid of ego, we get rid of consciousness. Now, how weird is that? And why is that supposed to do us any good? We were considered to be mentally healthy because we control ourselves, because we're able to control our unconscious impulses. And now all of a sudden we have to release it all. Even more. We have to give up certain things such as compensations and ego defenses. And that is social status. That is a professional identity and career. That is sometimes toxic relationships. By the way, toxic relationships can be easily used as defenses against reality because, you know, the problem with toxic relationship is it's not real. It's not a real relationship. It's actually a form of suffering and self-torture we inflict when we learn to move towards healthy relationship. Ideologies and beliefs. And this is perfectly natural for a person to undergo when they're undergoing individuation process, to all of a sudden, from a hardcore scientist and rationalist become spiritual. From a supporter of ideology to somebody who criticizes that ideology the heaviest. And of course we have to give up the illusion of control. And I mean that in an existential sense. As Freud said, and I think he was very much right about it, ego is not a master in its own home. And that's the realization of it. But how much damage is needed to dismantle the ego? You see, with masculinity, sometimes it is the case that men, being a stubborn and somewhat autistic and living in denial, will deny that he is in crisis, almost to the point when it is easier for him to die than to recognize that he has lost control. Because even to some extent, we could say that suicide is a form of retaining control. At least I make that decision. The decision is still mine, so I'm not completely overwhelmed. So, letting go of control is often accompanied with depression and anxiety and existential dread, but Jung is weird in that sense because he says neurosis is by no means a negative thing. Think about it for a second. We always treat neurosis or depression, for instance, as something bad that happens to us that needs to be cured. We go to a doctor, a psychiatrist, a therapist, and we ask, I feel sad. I feel my life is useless, pointless. What I'm doing makes no sense. Give me a pill that I could carry on and be happy about it. And Jung says, no, you're supposed to be miserable because you're doing dumb things. If you carry on like this, this will not bring you any happiness. So here's 3 ways how we can move towards individuation. The first is what I just described, a personal crisis, which breaks the shell. And it could be a painful divorce. It could be a burnout. It could be death of a loved person or sometimes an animal. Sometimes our dog is the closest person to us. Or a cat. Now, cats have a special time these days in Latvia. We've made one cat very important. So, and distress and suffering is supposed to weaken the ego so that it releases control. Second, it's the good old inner work, but who wants to do that? Nobody. We only want to read about it, so we buy books about how to do it. But, yeah. So, That means spirituality or psychotherapy, or if possible, simultaneously the same thing, although of course that would beg an explanation, how would you combine, not to over-psychologize spirituality. So, but the idea is that ego deliberately surrenders. You see, with that inner work, we can actually show the ego that it makes sense to surrender to something bigger than itself. And finally, we have psychedelic therapy, which encourages and supports the person's complete psychological surrender to the psychedelic experience. That's quote from, quote from Scott Hill and his wonderful book on the confronting with the unconscious. Now, all of this has a compensatory relationship. It compensates one-sidedness of us. You see, for Jung, a very important idea was balance and harmony between the opposites. So if we have very strong ego consciousness, we have to have equally strong unconscious archetypal self. And now it's time for that self to prove itself, to kind of come up the stage and show itself. So the goal of psychedelic therapy is to create optimal conditions for the subject to experience ego death. See how Jungian is this sentence? And the subsequent transcendence into so-called psychedelic peak experience. It is an ecstatic state characterized by the loss of boundaries between the subject and the objective world, and with the ensuing feelings of unity with other people, nature, and the entire universe and God. And that quote comes from LSD psychotherapy, which is Graf's model on how this should be done. So if you're looking for models, for instructions how to do it, that's the book you should take a look into. Now, but besides that, there's work of Ronald Sanderson and his wonderful cooperator, Margot Kuttner. Margot Kuttner, by the way, is Jungian. Sanderson himself wasn't, but he was a psychiatrist working in the outlook or in the spirit of C.G. Jung. So Sanderson pioneered his work with LSD in 1950s, and he provided clinical foundation of psychedelic enhanced therapy. Now, here's a little terminological nuance here. Psychedelic therapy is not the same as psychedelic enhanced therapy, because psychedelic therapy is something that focuses mostly on psychedelics, while psychedelic enhanced therapy is therapy that uses, to a certain extent, psychedelics as a tool. So, but that said, I will use them more or less synonymously here because we don't have that much time to talk about what would be the difference and the technicalities of it. So continuing, I just switched, no. Yes, we need to talk about this. So that in 1960s, he coined the term psycholytic therapy, from Greek word lysis. Lysis means loosening. And that's the basic idea of the kind of soft core psychedelic therapy, because this uses low and medium dose model to enhance the therapy. This psychedelic therapy might go for the big doses or full doses, and there's a purpose why one needs to do that, because again, death of the ego. Now here we come to the interesting historical thing, because Jung's friend, Father Victor White, theologian, and also somebody who's underwent Jungian analysis, talks about his experiences with the patients who were experimented upon with LSD, and he writes, I was invited to Worcestershire Asylum to talk to the staff, and as I found, tried to lend a hand with religious archetypal material which patients were producing under the drug LSD. So here you see a priest coming to help to decipher material produced under LSD. This kind of shows that this material not only makes sense, but it has some recognizable archetypal patterns that could be followed. So you need someone who can read them. And he writes to Jung, I wonder if you have met this drug. If not, you would be interested in the reports on it, which I could get for you. And guess what Jung says? Jung says, is this LSD drug mescaline? it has indeed very curious effects, of which I know far too little. In fact, here, I have to say, Jung didn't try mescaline himself. He confesses that in a different letter, which is not quoted today. If I should take it now, he says though, I would not be sure at all if I had not taken it out of idle curiosity. So for Jung, this work is not valuable because he would say, I would do this for entertainment, not for individuation. Think again about weekend with a LSD or some other substance. There are some poor, impoverished creatures, he says, perhaps for whom mescaline would be a heaven-sent gift without counterpoison, but I am profoundly mistrustful of the pure gifts of gods. It goes further. It's just as if a surgeon had never learned further than to cut open his patient's belly and to leave things there. And this, dear audience, is a fair warning to anybody who participates in some kind of rituals or any other things offered by people that don't really know what they are doing. Why? Because in my own limited experience with the local scene of this, I've seen way too many times how easy it is indeed to open people up and then not be able to close them, not be able to sort of, because people, and this is another thing, that something is in us wants to go deep down in the psychedelic experience, but we need assistance, competent, good assistance in helping to put it all together. And I'm emphasizing this because it was the careless and reckless use of psychedelics in the 60s that led to so many bad results that actually gave bad name to this. So we have to be careful to distinguish skillful application from just careless, unreasonable playing with things that the person doesn't really understand how they work. So when one gets to know the unconscious contents, one should know how to deal with them. I can only hope that the doctors would feed themselves thoroughly with mescaline, the alkaloid of divine grace. I think that's a beautiful name, even though, of course, Jung uses this sarcastically. But it is indeed an alkaloid of divine grace, so that they learn for themselves to its marvelous effects. Now, what needs to be understood here is that ego becomes altered by this. So whenever we use psychedelics in profound sense, we are basically altering our consciousness, not just expanding, but changing it. We are, I haven't heard the first part, so maybe I'm now going wrong, but to my understanding, especially psilocybin is related to creation of new neural networks in the brain. So it's literally altering our perception, so not just expanding it. Now, Jung also answered to Alfred Hubbard, who invited him to contribute to psychedelic research in 1955, and he writes as follows: the method of psychotherapy, as in active imagination, yields very similar results, that is, full realization of complexes and numinous dreams and visions. These phenomena occur at their proper time and place in the course of treatment. So Jung wants to say that if you do therapy right, you basically can substitute psychedelics with therapy. Now, but that would open up the opposite option, wouldn't it? If one would be substituted by the others, then the vice versa would work. Let's see how that happens. Mescaline, however, uncovers such psychic facts at any time and place when we were, it is by no means certain that the individual is mature enough to integrate them. So, the point is that whenever you open something up, it needs then to be integrated, it needs to be structured and put back together. So Jung's answer to Hubbard is that the possibility the drug opening the door to the unconscious could also release a latent potential psychosis. That's one of the risks. And that's one of the risks when people should be following and seeing and thinking and vetting maybe those who enter life-changing experiences and asking, is this person truly ready to encounter their unconscious? It's not about whether they're willing, they might be willing, but what would you do with a person who becomes psychotic and effect of the drug wanes, but psychosis never stops? So the outcome is this. Jungians, as of this tradition, categorically reject the suggestion that psychedelic substances can advance individuation. That, I think, is old news. First of all, because it used to be the case. But since we are advancing as society, and our research in psychedelics, of course, is advancing, as Scott Hill notes, the lack of objective discussion of psychedelic experience or reference to psychedelic-induced imagery in the Jungian literature is remarkable. So Sanderson responds to this criticism. He says, Jung has fallen into his own trap of voicing prejudiced opinion without knowing anything about what we were actually doing with LSD. So this Jungian criticism kind of comes from also Jung's personality. Because one thing you have to know about Jung is that he could access his unconscious in some ways much easier than we can. He didn't have those strong boundaries holding or differentiating ego consciousness from the unconscious. His dreams, his visions were manifold and they were very powerful. One would say, at least that's how I explain it in my own mind, that Jung was kind of able to do the psychedelic trip without actually taking anything. That's why, of course, he looks kind of frowning down upon everybody else, thinking that, why do you guys want to open the gates of all this, if I have a problem of keeping them shut? And you think that you're going to, help yourselves with doing that. We're not all Jung. For some of us, it is very difficult to access this. And actually, his friend White asks by the end of the letter, actually, I have some problems in my therapy. I can hardly access any content of the unconscious, so maybe I should try mescaline, of course. So he comes to this conclusion that for him, not being Jung, but being deeply curious about this would be beneficial. So now, Sanderson also follows this, that he responds to criticism as such. Jung's charge that we had opened the belly, but had no idea what to do next, may have applied at some centers. So he admits some mistakes were made, but he himself kind of says, we were aware about that problem, and we had more faith in the unconscious as a self-regulating organ. This is very, very important to understand, that when we talk about human psyche, we talk about a thing that has some homeostatic mechanisms. Not just being able to be damaged, but actually being able to tap into that potential of self-healing too. And Jung seems to have not too much faith into that. I'll skip this slide for the sake of brevity. It just says that Jung is really appropriate if you want to understand your psychedelic experience. And the book I'm quoting is, now this is the cover of the book. I've quoted it several times in my presentation. But now let's go to conclusions. What are the conclusions? First of all, integration of unconscious and archetypal content is central to Jung's concept of individuation. You are not individuated if you haven't been down there, if you haven't fallen. Yet unconscious content is so strange that their interruption into consciousness often amounts to psychosis. Now, see what he's saying here. Here he says, wait. Whenever we go down there, it's still psychosis. So first of all, he warns, don't take any drugs. You'll become psychotic. There's that risk. But if you do individuation, you still become psychotic. So which one is it? Which way should we go? Either way, we become slightly unhinged. His key concern, therefore, I think, should be placed on the fact that we do not integrate that experience. That is the problem. And why don't we integrate? Because whoever goes to a retreat with psychedelics doesn't take his therapist or her therapist with him. Therapists only later hear about this horrible experience, if ever. Maybe person is so ashamed to tell about what kind of nonsense they went through that it never gets integrated. All right, now, so my conclusions are, maybe you'll call them overly optimistic, but I see it this way. There's positive potential of psychedelic-assisted therapy, as long as an analyst is present during the crucial experiences. So I think that if the competent analyst who has him or herself also experienced psychedelic states of mind is with you in that, that works way better and it makes much more sense. Then, an activation of archetypal healing mechanisms. This is also what's important about psychedelics, is that in another letter, Jung writes that psychedelics don't produce transcendental experiences. It's not like, because I take the drug, I have mystical experience. No, because I take the drug, I get access to the experience, which turns out to be mystical. See, it's not creation of that experience, it's just removing the obstacles of having it. That's why when we meditate and do the inner work, we can achieve the same result. It's just way more difficult. So now let's ask us, is psychedelics a certain shortcut? It might appear so, but I wouldn't call it shortcut because it's still work. It's not like things are miraculously going to sort out just because you took the right amount of LSD or any other substance. No, you're still going to have to integrate and maybe re-enter the field. The good stuff, or the good idea about psychedelics, is that it takes away the barriers that would otherwise make you work for years and years in tackling the problem and still not succeeding. One good example is MDMA application to PTSD. War veterans with severe PTSD, with suicidal tendencies, with basically no medical help would be provided to them. No help could be effective. And then all of a sudden, this substance helps them to enter the field of trauma, do the inner work, and emerge healed. So why we need the psychedelics is to get courage and to get access. It doesn't solve the problem itself, but it does build a bridge towards solution. Yes, and what is solution? Solution is becoming whole. Solution is becoming integrated. So what we experience in those psychedelic trance states is the feeling of wholeness, which is only a possibility, an end state of therapy, one might say. If we do not experience those, we might have very faint and very vague idea of what we are actually doing, what we're going forward towards. So psychedelic therapy could somehow shine the light at the end of the tunnel just to give us enough motivation and hope to move forward. And it can help us to also meet our shadow self. So yeah, so there's a lot of potential, and I could probably go on and on, but I should stop myself here. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. We have time for one very short question, if we have such. For me, takeaway from your talk would be, like Shakespeare said, to be or not to be. That's the question. To take or not to take. That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are moving to the next talk.
Yeah, brilliant. Save 3 minutes of our lives.
Not exactly, less than 30. Okay, we are not skipping your time. Okay, colleagues, we are moving to the next talk, which will be given by our guest speaker again, Professor David Nutt, from Imperial College, London. In the note prepared for me by organizers, I can read very many titles, activities, and responsibilities for Professor Nutt. Maybe I will be shortly simply telling that he has studied impact of different drugs on the brain for entire his life, and as a result, he has wrote 40 books. 40 books, it should be kind of understood what does it mean, and more than 1,000 papers. people from natural sciences cannot imagine anything of such amount. So it means that really productive life and a lot of interesting outcome of his research. And even on top of that, Netflix and BBC has produced several films related to the research of Professor Nutt. And his talk is potential to treat mental health disorders with psychedelics. It means that at least partially it looks like we are coming back to the initial part of the conference and talks given in the first part of the conference. Professor Nutt, welcome to the University of Latvia, welcome to our conference, and I would say screen is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Great. So I should point out that the reason I'm so productive is because I'm very old. But it's nice to be giving my first talk in Latvia in my 70s. So thank you for the invitation. And there on the front, you see my latest book, which happens to be on the title of the topic I'm talking about today. Interests, well, I have an interest in the charity I set up, Drug Science. I advise a couple of companies in the field of psychedelic space. So let's start off with discussing what psychedelics are. And they're largely molecules which have been derived from plants and fungi. I would say they're probably the oldest pharmaceutical agents. It's almost certain that all human cultures, when they started finding things to eat, came across magic mushrooms or cacti, did a psychedelic. And if we go around here, we see mescaline-containing cacti from Americas, magic mushroom-containing cacti all over the world. This here is the first known image of a psychedelic, piece of psychedelic art. It's 7,000 years old, and it's in Algeria. And it's pretty hard to imagine anyone would have come up with this kind of mushroom man who hadn't taken a magic mushroom. Over here we have ayahuasca, which is a very interesting cocktail of two plants, one of which contains DMT, dimethyltryptamine, and one of which contains harmaline, a monoamine oxidase inhibitor that allows the DMT to be absorbed without being broken down by the liver. And then we have down here actually, I should say Northern European, definitely very common in Latvia and the Baltic countries. It's Amanita muscaria. It's a very different kind of psychedelic. It's a GABA-ergic psychedelic. The active ingredient is muscimol. And I won't be talking much more about that. But I just wanted to point out that it was well known in Roman times because there's a Roman mosaic telling you how to make it. Just boil the mushrooms up in some tea. India, the origins of Hinduism, are clouded in history, but the best evidence we have is that the visions that were achieved by their gods were derived from a cocktail likely made of, they called it soma, and it was likely made of cannabis, magic mushrooms, and ephedra. Sorry, I just trying to turn my phone off so we can get through this without more disturbance. Sorry about that. And on the left-hand side, you have perhaps the most important image. This is a Greek vase. It's 3,000 years old. It shows the Greek god of agriculture, Demeter, partaking of ergot on rye. The Greeks developed a drink which was a cocktail of wine and ergot, which they used to fuel what were called the Eleusinian Mysteries. And these were celebrations of art, music, dance, theater, poetry, which occurred every time the ergot grew on the cereal crops. And those lasted for about 1,500 years, and they were so good that the Romans carried them on when they took over Greece because they enjoyed their behaviors and insights. And here's the Greek god, here's Demeter sharing magic mushrooms with her daughter Persephone. And you'll also notice that I've made comments about churches and religion all through this. And actually, this is a talk that I gave to the Vatican last year, trying to help people understand the value of psychedelics, not just in terms of psychiatry, but also in terms of spirituality, which I won't talk any more about now, but I can in questions if you want. Now, the big breakthrough in the modern era came with this man, Albert Hofmann, who was working on ergot, trying to find essentially new patentable products from the ergot plant. He made a number of them. He made 25 of them, in fact, at least. But the one, lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD-25, turned out to be rather different from the others. It produced powerful psychedelic experiences, which he wrote about, captivated the scientists and doctors around the world, and became massively studied. And here's Albert, and he's in his 100th birthday, sitting here in his villa overlooking Lake Geneva, and he lived to 102, and he took LSD on a regular basis in low doses, which may explain his longevity. Because of the interest in this drug, and because there was nothing else available for psychiatry at the time, it became massively studied. And there were 140 US NIH grants, 1,000 clinical papers, 40,000 patients were studied, 40 books, 6 international conferences. And in 1971, when these drugs all got banned in the UN Convention on Narcotics, Mousses and Houston wrote that these results were overwhelmingly positive, describing safe and effective treatments. So what was LSD and psilocybin used for? Well, they were used to model psychosis, to try to get a handle on what's going on in the brain. They were used by mental health professionals. Often they were given to junior psychiatrists early in their training so that they could experience what it would be like to have altered consciousness and therefore make them more empathetic with their patients. And they were used for psychotherapy. And there were two kinds of therapy. Psychedelic psychotherapy was pretty similar to what we do today. A high dose, single dose, people have a trip and they come out of the trip changed. And this was very much favored in the US. In the UK, we were a little bit more cautious, and we did what we would now call psycholytic psychotherapy. We gave low doses, non-hallucinogenic doses, before each psychotherapy session. The idea being that you could break down unconscious resistance and therefore engage better in the therapy. And today we're doing something similar. So on the top right here, you see a study we did. We modeled psychosis in healthy volunteers with psilocybin, and we saw if we could block it with a drug called saracatinib. Now, that's an anti-cancer tyrosine kinase, but it gets in the brain and it blocks some of the effects of saracatinib, of psilocybin. And because of that, and because it's a non-dopaminergic agent, we're trialing it now in Parkinson's disease psychosis, where you cannot use dopamine blockers, and it's shown to have some impact on the perceptual disorganization in Parkinson's disease. Down here with psychedelic psychotherapy, the approach, as I said, is mostly to use a high dose, a single high dose, and that's 25 milligrams of psilocybin. What about psycholytic psychotherapy? Well, we're starting that now. We've just completed a study of a 10 milligram dose of psilocybin given for patients with OCD. Now, we thought they would benefit better from a trip dose to break down those internal ruminations that underpin OCD. But our patients said, no, we're not going to do that. We don't want to lose control. So we agreed on a lower dose, but this dose still has powerful subjective effects. It helps people reappraise their attitude to their symptoms. And we found quite good responses. And that paper is now under review. So this may be a promising alternative treatment for OCD. And we're also now using a lower dose in young people who self-harm, who cut, because there is growing evidence that psychedelics can increase people's ability to think differently. And there's a program we're developing, or my colleague Martina Di Simplicio, who's a senior lecturer at Imperial, is developing to help young people who cut do something different when they get the urge to cut. And we're trying to train them in cognitive reframing. And we think that a low dose of psilocybin may help them do that. We have ethics for that. We're just about to start. But I've already intimated there was a problem. The massive expansion of research in the 1950s and 60s with psychedelics, particularly LSD. And psilocybin, by the way, was also discovered, the structure of psilocybin was discovered by Hoffman in 1956. And he realized it was similar to serotonin and to LSD. And Sandow made that available for research too. But LSD got out into the public use. And these protests against the Vietnam War were extremely threatening to the US government. They couldn't ban war protests, but they could ban acid. And that statement, drop acid, not bombs, was so oppositional to the US way, and in fact the international community's way of doing politics at the time, that they wanted to get it stopped. So they banned LSD. And they hated the idea that people might make love, not war. And psychedelics unquestionably reduce people's desire to hurt other people. So they banned it, and the ban occurred here in America, and then because America controlled the United Nations, it occurred here in 1971 around the world. And there was a cataclysmic fall-off in research in 1991 and 1994. There were no published citations at all for psilocybin. And they were, in order to, I think, to deliberately eliminate knowledge of these drugs, they were put into Schedule 1 of the UN conventions, and alongside drugs like crack cocaine and crystal meth. And they were, therefore, the world was told that these drugs were very dangerous, had no medical value, which obviously was ridiculous because there was 1,000 papers published before, and they were addictive, which was also ridiculous because they've been shown to treat addiction. So this was a deliberate censorship of patient access in order to pursue and promulgate the myth that these drugs were really dangerous. And this was a political decision, and it worked because it certainly stopped people working on them. You can see that it became virtually impossible to get these drugs for scientific study. And it's the worst censorship of research in the history of the world, and it's also the worst censorship of clinical therapy, I believe. You could estimate that probably tens of millions of people with depression, suicidality, PTSD, addiction have died because they couldn't get access to a treatment that might have cured them. But in the last 20 years, we've been fighting back, my group and others, and we've been fighting back from a knowledge of what these drugs do. And the first thing to say is these drugs work on the serotonin 5-HT2A receptor. So this is a receptor. As you possibly know, it's a G protein. These are the G proteins. So here's the 2A receptor, and there's the binding site for psychedelics here, outside of the cell membrane. Now, a whole range of psychedelics, from LSD here to mescaline here, they're all agonists at the 5-HT2A receptor. In fact, their clinical dose is completely predicted by their affinity at the receptor. LSD, very high affinity, very low dose, very potent. Mescaline, low affinity. Might need up to a gram of mescaline, you need 100 micrograms of LSD. And psilocybin and DMT here as well. So we know they work on the receptor. They bind to other receptors, but those effects are peripheral. And we know that because 5-HT2A antagonists like ketanserin, risperidone, mirtazapine, they block the effects of psychedelics. Now, the 2A receptor turns out to be a very interesting receptor. So on the left-hand side, you have a heat map of the density of these receptors in human brain. And on the right-hand side, you have a heat map of the evolution of the brain, with red being most recently evolved. And you can see there's a remarkable overlap. The 5-HT2A receptor is massively expressed in the parts of the brain which have evolved to distinguish a human brain from the primate brain. And those parts of the brain we now call the transmodal cortices. And they're the parts of the brain in which humans do all the very human mental activities: thinking, analysis, planning, reflecting, self-absorption, etc. And we don't know why there are so many of these receptors in those parts of the brain, but we've put a paper out recently suggesting maybe the patterning of the human transmodal cortex with its phenomenal sophistication in terms of creating constructs of the world has got something to do with these receptors. And you'll notice there are very few of them in the brain stem, in the midbrain, and that's one of the reasons these drugs are very safe. They don't interfere with primary physiological processes, and there are very few in the areas like the nucleus accumbens. They don't cause addiction because they don't mess around with the dopamine system. And it turns out they're located on, not completely, but very highly expressed on a particular set of neurons in the cortex. And these are called the layer 5 pyramidal cells. Now, for those of you who want a very simple perspective on the human brain, essentially the human brain is a collection of about 80 billion computers. These are called pyramidal cells. They are aligned perpendicular to the cortex. And each of those is a cortical column, and that cortical column is a computer. The primary computing is done at right angles to the cortex, but the secondary computing is done because these layer 5 pyramidal cells connect with thousands of others across the brain. They produce the integration of brain function that makes the human brain such an amazing machine, a computer-like, because you've got billions of computers working in unison. In fact, the human brain has more computing power, it's been estimated, than all the computers on Earth today. And when you stimulate those receptors with a psychedelic, the neurons depolarize like crazy. And that depolarization is the reason you have a psychedelic experience, because you change the ongoing, routine, entrenched processes of the brain. And here's an example of how we measure that. So these are brain prints. They use a technique called EEG, magnetoencephalography. The frequency domain is the same as EEG, low frequency delta, high frequency gamma. The color coding, red means increased power, blue means decreased power. And if you look in the right-hand side, you've got a box here with ketamine, psilocybin, and LSD, and they produce profound alterations of consciousness. And what they do is they reduce the power, particularly in the frequency bands up to 30 hertz. Massive reduction in power. And that is a desynchronization of the brain. That's the psychedelic state. And we call that the entropic brain. The brain is much less organized during the trip. On the other side here, you have drugs that work on the GABA system. Zolpidem, a sleeping pill, works largely in the cortex, because that's where the alpha-1 receptors are. Gaboxidol, an extrasynaptic GABA agonist. Tiagabine, a GABA uptake blocker, produces profound alterations in consciousness, deep power in the slow waves. People go into a cataleptic state. And propofol, an anesthetic. That takes out the high-level gamma frequencies, which is why you're unconscious. So you can see fundamental differences between sedative drugs and psychedelic drugs. And by the way, alcohol is in the middle. It's a bit more sedative than psychedelic, as you might imagine. And perampanel, by the way, is an AMPA antagonist, which is used in epilepsy now. So what happens when you image the brain under a psychedelic using fMRI? And this was the first ever brain image of a psychedelic state using fMRI. And we published it 13 years ago now. And it illustrates really the fundamental disruption that psychedelics do in terms of a particular brain circuit called the default mode network. Now, the default mode network was only discovered when we had brain imaging. And I'll explain it to you. Some of you may know it, but please bear with me because not everyone does. The default mode network is a network which a network of neurons that fire together. It's this prefrontal network here, posterior cingulate, and these two lateral parietal networks. And these all work together in harmony. And it's called the default mode network because when you're sitting quietly, when you're not listening to anything, you're not moving, you're not seeing, you have your eyes closed, when you're just reflecting on yourself, that is the dominant network in the brain. That is the network in which you code your sense of self. That's where your ego is encoded. And probably if you're spiritual, where your sense of spirituality is encoded. It's where you do your thinking about the past, the present, and the future. As soon as you open your eyes or move your arms, the default mode switches off and these other networks come in. But when you're sitting quietly, the default mode is the dominant network. Under psychedelics, the default mode network is completely disrupted. It doesn't exist anymore. You see, it's gone. Some of these areas have become anti-correlated. And the alterations of time and space and self-perception which occur in the psychedelic trip are directly correlated with the disruption of the default mode. Your ego is disrupted. And that can be very useful, because if your ego is working to harm you, for instance, if you have very negative thoughts in depression, you can break those down. Now, the breaking down of the default mode, which is in some ways, you can see this as the orchestra, the conductor of the orchestra of the brain. The breaking down of that leads to a very different state of connectivity in the brain. On the left-hand side, you have the normal brain, which is called the small world brain. On the right-hand side, you have the brain under psilocybin. They both have the same number of connections, 7,200 connections in each. And these connections are statistical connections. They're likelihoods of one particular voxel in the brain firing when another does, or firing, having their bold signal change alongside with another voxel. On the left-hand side, you see most of the activity, most of the connections are on the periphery. This is called the small world brain. The visual cortex talks to visual cortex, auditory cortex talks to auditory cortex. Of course, if you hear a bus bearing down on you, you've got to get your legs moving. You've got to have some connection between auditory cortex and motor cortex. But there are relatively few long-distance connections made in the normal human brain. And that's because the brain is massive compared with a neuron. And the energy costs of these massive communications, thousands of times further than the neuron's cell body, is very high. So the brain is very efficient because it downloads most of its activity to peripheral regions. And your brain is, in fact, 10 times more energy efficient per unit of information transfer than the best human computers today. And that's fantastic. Learning certain things very precisely and remembering them and having them reproducible is very important. The fact you can all understand every word I've said in terms of the meaning, anyway, if not necessarily the content, is because your brain is becoming it's a superbly efficient word learning machine. And you learn most things to good effect. But suppose you learn something that is actually not ideal. Suppose you learn, you start thinking you're a bad person, and you start to think that, and you keep on thinking that. Maybe you're told that when you're abused by your father, and he tells you it's your fault, you seduced him, and you have that thought that guilty thought, and that thought runs around your head thousands of times a day, and thousands of days in your life. That thought becomes deeply, deeply entrenched. The only way to get you out of that is to break down the ground in which that entrenchment is made. And that's what happens with psychedelics. Put the brain back to a state before deeply entrenched thought processes took place. It's the only way we have of helping reset brains which have become, have developed thinking processes which are maladaptive. And that I believe is why they allow people to escape from disorders like depression. We've also studied LSD, and again, people see things differently. Under psychedelics, people see themselves differently. They don't just see the world differently, but they see themselves. And that's because LSD massively enhances communication across all the brain, whereas normally, this is just looking at the visual system connectivity, it's very limited. This is the small world brain, this is the psychedelic brain. You can see everything in your brain. You can see your past, your present, your future, etc. And it were those images that encouraged us to move into translational medicine, particularly in the treatment of depression. Obviously, it's a massive problem because it's the #1 disability in the Western world. Treatments fail in about a third, and it's massively increased prevalence in young people. So what was the justification for studying psychedelics in depression? Well, this was an image from our very first study. What you see here is a reduction in blood activity in the this frontal part of the default mode, but particularly this region here. And this region is the subgenual cingulate cortex. And when we saw this image, it reminded us of the fact that many treatments of depression are associated or rely on a reduction in activity in this region. So SSRIs dampen it down, CBT dampens it down, sleep deprivation dampens it down, ECT dampens it down. And remarkably, if you get better on placebo, as Helen Mayberg showed, there's a correlation between improvement on placebo and a reduction in activity in this region. And that's why she went on to develop deep brain stimulation for depression. She switched it off with DBS and people got better. And subsequently, Bill Deakin showed that ketamine did the same. So we thought, wow, all these different treatments of depression have one thing in common. They all reduce activity in the medial prefrontal cortex. Well, we can do that within minutes of giving psilocybin, whereas it might take months with CBT. So we thought, well, maybe psilocybin will lift depression. And then also, in an interesting coincidence, at the same time as we were doing that first imaging study with psilocybin, this group from Yale were publishing this study. And they were looking at the extent of default mode engagement in the brain, the volume of the brain engaged in the default mode in depressed people compared with healthy controls. And you can see the depressed people have much more of their brain is engaged in this self-reflective thinking. And that explains why depressed people struggle with executive tasks, because they've got less brain to do the executive task. The more of their brain is consumed with other things, the rumination. And there's a very strong relationship between rumination here and the correlation between the default mode network and the subgenual cingulate driving that. So we thought, wow, there's too much default mode in depression, which makes sense. Depression's an internalizing disorder. People are ruminating about themselves. We can destroy that, break that down with psychedelics, so maybe it will disrupt depression. How do we do this work? Well, we have a very regular, systematic process now. In essence, when people are eligible, they're assessed over the phone usually. And then if they're eligible, they come in the afternoon before they're going to have the trip. And there they meet the therapists, and we call them guides, and we talk them through what a trip might be like, how best to deal with the experiences. We get permissions to hold their hand if they ask for it in case they get scared, etc. And then they stay overnight, and the next day they get the psilocybin trip, and for our studies, there are always two guides present. One is medically trained, and the other is someone who's learning the skills. And then we don't do any therapy during the trip. They have eye shades, they have ear microphones, and they listen to a soundtrack if they want. And we ask them to just go where the trip takes them, not fight it, but just go where it allows you to go. It surprisingly goes to things that they've often repressed or have not actively been able to deal with. And then the next day, after the trip, they come out, and then the next day they meet with their guides, and we start a process we call integration, which is helping them use the experience of the trip to essentially set themselves on a new way of thinking about them, the past, the present, and the future. And where we can afford it, we carry on with psychological support, and where we can't, they have to go back to their therapists or their GPs. And this is a study we published in Lancet in 2016. So this was a remarkable study. All these people, these 20 patients, they'd all failed on 2 antidepressants. They'd all failed on CBT. Some had failed on over 10 antidepressants. And they all were given a single trip, 25 milligram trip. And you can see there's dramatic reduction in depression scores. And that persisted and actually reached its maximum significance here out at 3 weeks. But it was still very significant, even at 3 months. And that is the most powerful single-dose treatment of resistant depression in history. That paper has been cited 1,700 times now, and it's initiated, or sparked over 10 companies being set up to work with psychedelics for depression. And we recently did a Bayesian analysis of that data. And what you see here is that if you take a flat prior, so you're neutral about whether it was going to work or not, another patient with the same diagnosis put into the trial would have an over 80% chance of recovery. And that's seriously powerful medicine. Now, since then, there have been massive replications. This is a huge US multi-center study. This is a Johns Hopkins study, which is psilocybin versus waiting list control. This is an international study, some using ayahuasca, some using LSD, etc. This one is the most important one. This is the Compass Pathways trial, and some of you may be part of that, or have been part of it. And it's essentially the same as we did, a 25 milligram dose of psilocybin, producing remission in about a quarter of patients at 12 weeks. But it's a dose-response curve, so it's very interesting. It shows that the lower doses, you get some improvement due to the therapy, the psychotherapy, but there's nothing like as powerful and persistent as the high dose. So it's the psychedelic experience that drives the outcome. And there are studies also in other disorders. There are two very interesting studies from Johns Hopkins and New York University of people with end-of-life anxiety and depression, with cancer or terminal diseases. There's people, Johns Hopkins have done a study of smoking, helping people stop smoking. Schutz has done a trial of alcoholism. There's a trial in Switzerland of LSD in generalized anxiety disorder. And there are others on the way in anorexia, OCD, pain syndromes by our group and others. And you might say, well, it doesn't make any sense, does it really? I mean, these are all different disorders. But there are two aspects of that, which I think explains why psychedelics can work. The first is they're all internalizing disorders. They're all disorders in which the cognitions are self-referential and ruminative. And they're all encoded in the default mode network. And the second is that they're all disorders of networks. And disrupting networks, I think, is the future for helping patients recover from mental illness, because it's almost certain that almost all mental illnesses are network disorders. So here's a little summary of what I've told you so far. This is a review we wrote a couple of years ago. We're targeting the 2A receptors in the brain. They're on these pyramidal cells. When the psychedelics stimulate them, there's a massive depolarization. That changes the frequency of the brain to this high entropy, the very, very random brain activity. That leads to increased connectivity in the brain, which changes the way people think about their past and their present and their future. But on top of that, unexpectedly, preclinical scientists have discovered that psychedelics increase the plasticity of the brain. And they do it by increasing the number of dendritic spines and also the number of synaptic spines. So the brain, after a psychedelic, and for animals, many weeks, maybe months, the brain is in a better state to learn things. So the new insight you get here can be laid down and hopefully turn into an enduring way of thinking more positively about your past, for instance. Now, proving neuroplasticity in humans is actually something we're trying to do. It's much trickier than in a rodent. You can't cut the brain out and stick it under a microscope. But certainly we've got evidence of increased flexibility in the brains following treatment, and we're trying to measure synaptic density as well. And the evidence we have for increased flexibility comes from the fact that we've now done 2 psilocybin depression studies. And this was the first one, and these data are derived from the brain imaging done before and then 1 day after the psilocybin trip. We don't ever scan patients during the trip. We think that's unethical because it could interfere with the value of their experience. When we scanned patients a day after the trip, we discovered that their brain was more flexible. This is a measure of what's called brain modularity. It's how easy it is, how frequently the brain flips between different states of activity. And the modularity breaks down or is reduced following the day after the trip. And that reduced modularity, you can see here, the default mode network becomes less engaged with itself and becomes more engaged with other networks, like here you see the executive network, here you see the salience network. And that breakdown in modularity predicts outcome. It predicts outcome at 6 months. And that actually is, wow, I mean, it's hard to know anything in psychiatry where something happening a day after a treatment could predict long-term outcomes. So that's very exciting. And it fits in with a theory that we've been developing now for about the last 10 years. And this was its first publication. We suspected, and I think we now pretty sure it's true, that there were two ways to live depression. The traditional way is to use drugs like SSRIs. SSRIs increase serotonin in the limbic system. The increased serotonin works on a receptor called the 5-HT1A receptor, which is an inhibitory receptor, and that therefore dampens down limbic activity and limbic responsibility. Depressed people have supersensitive limbic systems. They're much more responsive to stress, and that chronic response to stress is actually what disables them and makes them depressed. They feel they don't have autonomy or the ability to deal with the stress. So SSRIs dampen that down, and that reduces stress, but it also reduces impulsivity and aggression, but also anxiety, and that's why SSRIs are good for anxiety. But the problem is that you don't just blunt the stress response, you also blunt the positive response. People feel they don't enjoy life as much. They're not as depressed as they were, but they're not as happy as they were as well, or they're less happy. Psychedelics work in a different part of the brain, in the cortex. They work on the 5-HT2A receptor. You stimulate those receptors, that massively increases the entropic nature of the brain, that breaks down rigid inflexible thinking and perseveration, leads to cognitive flexibility, and that reduces depression, but also increases well-being, because cognitive flexibility is really critical for dealing with life. You have to be able to adapt to what the slings and arrows that life throws at you. And to me, this is really exciting. Now we have a situation where depressed people have an option of two different kinds of treatments. Our depression's on a par with cancer and hypertension. There are different treatment options. If one fails, there's something else you can try. I want to say a little bit about MDMA, because that's another area of great interest, another drug which was made illegal. It was made illegal in the 1990s because young people were using it and having fun. There was no real evidence of great harm, but it was seen as promoting social disconnection between the young and the old, because the young were having fun and the old weren't. So it got banned. This is Sasha Shulgin, who rediscovered it. And this is his wife, who was a psychotherapist. And she realized that MDMA could be really powerful in helping couples come back together. It's called the love drug by kids, and it can be used to put love back into relationships, so she found. And it was being widely used in psychotherapy until it got moved out into recreational use in clubs, and then it got banned. But now it's back, and it's back because it has a very interesting pharmacology that makes it very useful for trauma disorders. So what does MDMA do? Well, MDMA does this. MDMA releases neurotransmitters. It particularly releases serotonin, but it also releases some noradrenaline and dopamine. And it partially blocks the reuptake of them. So it massively enhances serotonin in the synapse. And it's preferential for serotonin. Here you see some data of ours showing you get maybe 10 times more serotonin release than dopamine and noradrenaline release. And that's hugely important because that serotonin release explains why it's not addictive, why it's not cardiotoxic. It may also explain why it's anti-addictive. And I just want to emphasize this because there's an awful tendency for people to say, well, it's a variant of methamphetamine. But the reality is, in living animals, in vivo, that should say, MDMA has 5 times less effect on dopamine than serotonin, whereas methamphetamine has 15 times greater effect on dopamine than serotonin.
Professor Nutt, I am very sorry, but can we have a chance to leave a couple of minutes for questions? We would love to ask a couple of questions.
Oh, sorry, I thought I had 40 minutes and then 20 for questions, so I got it wrong. I apologize. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, well, there's been a huge interest in the use of MDMA for PTSD because of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars and because of all the damage to civilians all the way through the Middle East and elsewhere. There's good evidence that MDMA works in PTSD when it's added to psychotherapy. We know how it works. It suppresses the emotional centers and allows patients to engage in therapy better. And there's a little review you can read. I've sent the slides. You can all have the slides, okay? It also works to help people reduce drinking. I'll finish now by saying that psychedelics change the way our patients think about themselves and allow them to escape from the problems of things like addiction and depression and PTSD. And Australia has already moved. Australia has already rescheduled psilocybin and MDMA for treatment-resistant depression and PTSD. And Canada is doing the same for end-of-life disorders in some people. So it's something that I would encourage everyone to do. And if you want, you can see the Vatican lecture here on that link. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your knowledge and for your experience. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have time for a couple of short questions. Yes, please.
Yep.
Yeah, well, thank you. I just wanted to ask about the age of the participants of the research. What is the age range in most of these research, and does the age affect the effectiveness of the treatment?
It's a great question. Actually, the 5-HT2A receptor becomes somewhat less sensitive as you get older. Our age range, I don't know what the oldest one was, but probably pushing 60. But there's definitely a fall off of effect as people get older.
Okay, is there another question?
Sorry, in terms of the psychedelic effect, I mean, we haven't got enough subjects to comment on the therapeutic effect yet.
Thank you very much for the wonderful lecture. I just have a question because it does really seem like psychedelics offer a very wide range of relief for a lot of mental health disorders. Do you have any information or maybe insight into how it could be applied to perhaps like psychiatric disorders like schizophrenia and stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, we're very hesitant to even try it in people with schizophrenia. The brain signature, the entropic brain, is not so dissimilar to the brain signature in people who are floridly psychotic. And then historically, we know that people who were schizophrenic taking LSD generally didn't do them much good. I mean, some did, but most didn't. So we always exclude anyone with a history of psychosis, and certainly current psychosis from any of our work. And there are other groups who are thinking, well, maybe we're being too cautious. What they are thinking of doing is using low doses, perhaps the psychoplastogen dose, to see if they can improve cognitive function in schizophrenia and also in Alzheimer's. So it may be that we can use psychedelics in very low doses to promote brain growth and in higher doses to disrupt symptomatic networks which are problematic. There's going to be a lot more work over the next decade on this.
Thank you very much.
I should also say that they don't, for most antipsychotics, block the effect of psychedelics, which is good because it means that people who maybe take them to try to self-medicate for schizophrenia are largely not going to get an effect.
Can I have a question? These drugs do seem magical, but are there any downsides, or have you seen any bad outcomes of your patients as well?
Well, there are two aspects to that answer. Yeah, of course, all drugs have downsides. I mean, these drugs, in the right hands with the right care and professionalism, we haven't had any major downsides. It's important to say that depressed people, PTSD people, people don't have, these aren't fun trips. They're not wandering through, the universe enjoying, they're actually dealing with really difficult traumatic memories usually. So they often come out and say, wow, that was challenging, but at last I'm on top of my problems. So, but because of that, we're very strongly of the opinion that these are they're like surgical treatments. They're not something you do at home. They're something you do in a clinic with therapists present. And we absolutely require that there be at least 2 doors between the room and the outside, just in case someone gets very anxious and tries to escape. Now, we've not had that. I had it once in one of our volunteers, but we were giving him LSD and a MRI scanner, which is actually not a very pleasant place even without LSDs. But modern, carefully administered psychedelics do seem to produce good outcomes without much in the way of any problems. But in the real world, obviously, probably about 10% of people who are using them recreationally, particularly if they're using them in risky places like forests or sea cliffs or whatever, then some people come to harm and some people get anxious. So we recommend never doing it without there being someone not taking the drug near you, just to protect you.
Thank you. It looks like we are running out of time, but I cannot stop myself to ask my question.
Chairman's prerogative, go on.
Yes, and as somebody who is coming from science, from physics, I was very much impressed with these brain images, 3D brain images, which you showed us. And this reminded me something which was done by Richard Davidson in meditation stages. He also took a lot of images what happens during meditation. And my question actually consists from 2 parts. First one is, do you see any similarities with states what people have during meditation and during this intake of different drugs? But other questions may be a little bit different, but very strongly related to that one. We still don't know how our brain functions, from where our consciousness is coming, why we are feeling love, why we are feeling hate sometimes. What are the limitations? How far we can get with these brain images, and at what point probably they will become kind of limits which cannot be exceeded because we simply don't know how brain activities are related to our conscious experiences?
Yeah, well, great question. So the first one's easy to answer. Yeah, if you can take yourself into transcendental meditation, your brain looks like the brain under psilocybin. The problem is it takes generally 10 to 20 years to achieve that skill, whereas you can get it in about 10 seconds on psilocybin. And so, in fact, groups have been using psilocybin to facilitate people acquiring meditative skills. In a sense, they know where they've got to get to under the psilocybin, so they can practice going back there when they meditate. So, but yes, very similar, particularly in the prefrontal regions. The second question, yeah, absolutely really intriguing. How far can we get down into the human brain to estimate what's going on where? And the answer is probably not to the level that is going to be useful clinically. I mean, whether we can externally measure sufficiently small numbers of neurons in relatively small networks, because we're disturbing the whole brain, and somewhere in there's an abnormal network, but measuring that abnormal network is pretty close to impossible from outside the brain. But people are doing other things. There are people who are putting electrodes in the brain and recording from areas like in OCD, where where you can see an oscillatory network which is abnormal, and then you can pulse it to be normal. But from outside, it's going to be pretty difficult. But people are working on it. They're trying to use sort of transcutaneous pulses of sound to turn on different areas of the brain. We might get there eventually, but measuring it, difficult.
Thank you, thank you. Let us thank Professor Nutt again.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And we are moving to the next talk on our today's schedule, which will be given by Rick Strassman from University of New Mexico School of Medicine. And if I understand correctly, that Professor Strassman was one who did the first experiments on humans with these psychedelic drugs after what we would call this frozen time when due to restrictions in legislation, people haven't been able to experiment with psychedelic drugs with people. And other kind of point which I definitely should mention, that Professor Strassman has wrote a lot of interesting books which are not meant only for professionals, but I would say for general public. One which impressed me personally was a comparison between these altered states gained by chemical drugs and recorded experiences of Old Testament prophets. I think this was something which I think changed my attitude to these altered states of the mind. But today what we can expect from Professor Strassman is something which is titled, "Why do we seek our altered states of consciousness?" Why, let's say, normal people are looking these kind of states of consciousness. And we do that in meditation, in chemical altered states of consciousness. So people in general are interested in that. So Professor Strassman, floor and screen is yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a pleasure being here virtually as it is. Thank you for the invitation, for your generosity. Looks like I can, well, to address your point, yeah, our study in Albuquerque from 1990 to 1995 was the first new American research with psychedelics in a generation. We studied mostly DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is the visionary ingredient in ayahuasca, and we also studied psilocybin. And we helped other groups get off the ground, including the Hopkins group with their psilocybin work, which came out maybe 10 or 12 years after we wrapped up ours. Okay, looks like I can share screen. So let me do that. There we go. Okay, can you see that all right?
It looks that it's coming. Yes, it's there.
Okay, good. Okay, so I was going to address this. I was going to address this topic from a little more of a personal view, personal perspective, which relates to my newest book, which came out in December, which is an autobiographical account of a number of my own altered states between birth and 22 years old. So it's a series of vignettes. It's an illustrated volumes called My Altered States. And as the talk progresses, I will show a picture of the cover. But I think a more general approach to the topic is why people seek or experience altered states, what to make of those experiences, how they come about, what to do with them. So Charles Tart, a psychologist at University of California, Davis, more than 50 years ago, put forward a definition of altered states, which I think still holds true. It still is enduring quite well. It's a qualitative alteration in the overall pattern of mental functioning, such that the experiencer feels his consciousness is radically different from the way it functions ordinarily. So it's more of a qualitative definition, a subjective definition, as it were. In other words, you feel different. your mind is working differently, functioning differently. One could break it down into alterations of specific mental functions. For example, cognition, emotion, body image, sense of self, those kinds of things. Specific, drugs, may alter specific mental functions. For example, the amphetamines increase thinking processes and increase mood. The sedative hypnotics will, cause relaxation and mental slowing. One of the most interesting aspects of psychedelics, and one of the reasons I was so fascinated by them, is because they alter every component of mental functioning: mood, thinking, perception, body image, and sense of self. So to give some examples of altered states, there are those that come on unbidden, more or less. They just occur, physiologically. There's dreaming, there's childbirth, illness, delirium, near-death states, dementia, seizures, among others. Many psychiatric conditions also are accompanied by altered states of consciousness, especially in psychotic conditions like mania, schizophrenia, depression, derealization, depersonalization, panic attacks, anxiety, those kinds of things all are accompanied by an altered state, which might impact one or more components of consciousness. And substance-induced altered states, and there are plenty of substances out there which can induce altered states. There's alcohol, cannabis, the classic psychedelics, including LSD, DMT, psilocybin, and mescaline, all of which have a long history of use. Ergot, which is the precursor, for LSD, was probably used in intoxicating beverages in prehistory and beyond. There's MDMA, which is a synthetic drug. Ketamine, which is synthetic as well. Salvinorin A, which occurs in diviner's mint. There's ibogaine, which kind of borders classic psychedelics and an atypical psychedelic. Then there are technique-induced altered states, such as prayer, exercise, meditation, fasting, sleep deprivation, chanting, drumming, and prolonged hyperventilation. The technique of prolonged hyperventilation is the basis of the Groff holotropic breath work, which has become quite popular over the last several decades. There's the contexts of altered states. Who do they occur in, and in what kind of circumstances? So there are bidden and unbidden altered states. The medical or psychiatric conditions which are accompanied by altered states are unbidden. They come upon you if you like it or not. In the set and setting is crucial. The three legs upon which the tripod of any altered state occurs is the set and the setting, and the stimulus, the dose of the drug, the specific drug, the medical condition, its intensity. But with respect to the person and the environment in which the altered state occurs, the set is the condition of the individual having the altered state, their physical, mental, spiritual, state of health and the previous experience, with any particular altered state. So for example, if you're having a first episode of schizophrenia, your response to the hallucinations will be very different than your response to the hallucinations after your fifth or your 10th episode. The setting is the interpersonal environment. Are you with friends or enemies or by yourself? You inside or outside? Is it a psychotherapeutic setting or a spiritual setting? So the physical environment and the interpersonal environment go into the setting. The intention, I guess, would be included within the set, but I think it's important enough to separate out from the set itself. So the intention, if you have one, is quite important, because it will steer the set and the setting, how you prepare yourself, and in what circumstances you will experience the altered state. Most people, at least when it comes to alcohol, drugs, cannabis, usually use substances or enter into these altered states for fun, for hedonistic purposes, to increase their appreciation of aesthetic sensibilities. Some people use altered states for spiritual or religious purposes. For example, prayer, meditation. Psychotherapeutic purposes are the ones which are getting the most attention within the medical setting, which makes sense. But also on your own, lots of people will use psychedelics in particular, and I suppose to a lesser extent cannabis for what's called inner work, learning more about yourself, psychotherapeutic purposes, dealing with conflict or depression or mood problems, anxiety problems, and also quite important are uses in the worried well, so to speak, for wellness. For reasonably healthy people who just want to feel better, and for scientific and artistic individuals who are working on creative endeavors. They might be encountering some kind of block, and would like the changed perspective which altered states can provide sometimes. So this is my new book. Just came out a couple of months. Oh, actually, about 3 months ago now. The middle of December. It's an illustrated memoir, and lots of it deals with early traumatic experiences within my family. So I recount. Stories of experiencing trauma, as well as recollections, ways of dealing with it, as well. Recollections, during altered states themselves, and working on healing, working through those experiences. So. One of the questions I'm asked relatively frequently is why I wrote the book. There are a number of reasons. One is it's a more nuanced approach to altered states. I've spent a lot of time in psychotherapy, a lot of time meditating. So I've been looking at my experiences over the decades, and I think I am able to provide a more thoroughgoing description of various altered states than might be typical. And also I include narratives which involve a number of different substances. Alcohol, cannabis, psychedelics in particular. and different conditions, depression, a state of hypomania, meditation, so non-drug states as well. The stories are interesting. I like telling stories, and I think there's 35 or so chapters in the book, and they vary from enlightening and ecstatic to horrifying and kind of purgatorial. So it covers a wide range of possible altered states experiences. And also, at the end of each of the chapters, I have got a section called Reflections, which is a commentary. Like it's an exegetical treatment of each of the experiences. How it came about. Why I think it came about. What I learned from it. By the time I, that I wrote the book. I was facile or comfortable with a number of different models, and I apply those in understanding the states themselves. Psychoanalytic models, medieval metaphysics, psychopharmacology, Buddhist meditation as well. So each of the chapters is accompanied by reflections on those states, like how am I made or was unable to make sense of them. So the rest of the talk will be personal, like why I wrote the book, why I took these substances, or why certain experiences occurred, and I'll give some examples of substance-induced effects, which I explicate in certain chapters. So my motivations, between 0 and 22 years old, as I mentioned earlier, I was dealing with a relatively traumatic childhood. So by the time I began experiencing altered states in my late teens, early 20s, I was dealing with kind of a low-level PTSD, and there was anxiety as well, and I also grew up in a fairly sheltered environment in Southern California in the 1950s and the 1960s. And my first couple of years of college, it was very difficult to fit in. So I was experiencing a fair amount of social awkwardness. In addition, I enjoyed altered states. They gave me a great amount of pleasure. And I also enjoyed the sensory, the enhancement of sensory experience, visual and musical in particular. There was also a sense of curiosity that was impelling me. I started off college as a chemistry major. I liked making fireworks and making bombs, and I actually started off thinking I would start my own line of fireworks as a chemistry major. So when I first experienced cannabis, for example, and there was this incredibly different state of mind which occurred as a result of ingesting this material, I thought to myself, it's chemistry. So that in a way got me started on my interest in psychopharmacology, the effects of chemicals on the brain. Scientifically, psychologically, I was fascinated by the states as well. Like I was calmer and had insight and could relax, and the inner dialogue finally ended, and I thought, oh, this is very interesting too. Back then anyway, in my late teens and early 20s, spiritual issues weren't really front and center. That only came about later once I began learning about religious models, for understanding and integrating these states. So the first substance which I encountered that provided an altered state was alcohol. I never drank until I went away to college, and the second night of college I got drunk, and I was I'm observing the experience as it developed. So there was relaxation. I felt euphoria early on. I felt disinhibited, like I was taking more risks than I might otherwise, socially, physically, those kinds of things. I was more socially interactive, but it was kind of a double-edged sword. Like I was more friendly, but I also wasn't as empathic. So I think there was a slightly aggressive edge to my friendliness, which was an interesting finding. My mood was labile. I was very happy, or I was very sad. Kind of maudlin or euphoric, garrulous, or quiet and withdrawn. My empathy, as I mentioned, was diminished. I wasn't really caring about other people that much, which I think made me more friendly because I wasn't as responsive to feedback. But at the same time, I was lacking empathy. I just didn't really care about other people. These were all moderate effects. They weren't like florid, but still, I noticed them as acute effects of the alcohol. I did not like how I felt the next day. The first few times I drank way too much and was very hungover, which was a striking finding, which I think overall was quite helpful because both of my parents overdrank, and I think if I had found alcohol more simpatico, I may have ultimately developed alcohol-related problems like both of my parents did. So cannabis, well, the first exposure that I had to cannabis was hashish, and I loved it. It was like a hand in a glove. I was relaxed, I was happy, I was euphoric. I was quite self-absorbed, not in an unempathic way, but just kind of, I wouldn't say catatonic, but bordering on it, just like completely in myself. And one thing which I found most interesting is my inner dialogue, this critical, sarcastic, just nonstop commentary on my experience just was gone. Which allowed me to, to be in the moment, at the very least, and to much more carefully observe things both within my mind and in the room. I had some insights. Psychological insights, perceptual insights about the nature of music. There were purple clouds coming out of my stereo speakers, which was completely unexpected. And my roommate and I, shared a flying carpet hallucination of flying over the town where the college was, and we controlled the movement of this flying carpet together, and we saw things on the ground together. We were going up and down and pointing out things. My short-term memory was pretty much gone. Which in a way puts you in the moment, like meditation. But it's but it isn't. Meditation, obviously, but still, it was close enough to meditation, that it whet my interest in meditation later on. But as a result of being in the moment and the inner dialogue fading away, I was able to pay much more attention to things in the room and in my mind. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. So psychedelics also were extremely, sympathetic with me and, me with them. As I mentioned earlier, they impact every component of consciousness. So it's way more exciting in a way, way more, complex than, simply a stimulant or a more sedative. The perceptual effects were, extremely intriguing, the visual ones in particular, but I also noticed, that the quality of the visions and, the visual effects were, quite responsive to mood and to thinking. Like if I was happy, the colors were happy and bright and cheery. And if I was, feeling down, the colors, took on a more, kind of ominous, quality. I lost awareness of my body a few times early on, just floating in the ether. Labile mood as well, extremely sensitive, to the setting, the interpersonal setting, being alone, being with friends or with strangers. So it could vary from euphoria and hilarity to abject, terror and fear. I had some flashes of creativity. It was interesting. I was able to break a couple of habits and I'm under the influence of LSD. One habit was I tried tickling myself on LSD one day, and I couldn't. And from that moment on, I was no longer ticklish. It was just the strangest thing. I still am not ticklish in any in any manner. I'm also I was camping with some friends who got me to pay attention to and be nice to a large beetle, a big black kind of scary looking beetle, which was scary at first. But then with my friend's help, I overcame my fear of this beetle. Even started liking it, and I petted it, and felt compassion for it. And I stopped being afraid of large bugs at that point, which has carried on ever since. One of the interesting things about psychedelics is their portentousness. Their feeling of meaningfulness, the feeling of, this is really important. This is really meaningful, even if it's old things in your mind, but they, take on they take on an entirely new, quality of impactfulness, meaningfulness, truthfulness. I felt increased empathy, but I think it was more sensitivity to interpersonal cues, which I suppose is one of the components of empathy. I mentioned lability. One episode with LSD in particular was the I suppose classic occurrence of fear of permanent insanity, which was quite horrifying. Thankfully, an old friend was around, and he talked me down. But I had completely lost my sense of self. I felt I was insane, and was always, or had always been insane. And it was just coming clear to me, even though everybody else knew it all along. It was just this black spiraling hole. But thankfully I was able to be talked out of it. One episode in particular triggered a mixed mood state, some hypomania, some depression, which actually lingered for over a year. And only ended at the monastery, where I ended up in my early 20s. So how do you understand and integrate altered states? Well, back then, I had friends who were also smoking cannabis, taking psychedelics. So we had a little support network, I suppose. We didn't really, call it, that back then. But for support, direction, advice, conversation, like what does this mean? Where can we search for answers? Back then there weren't any models that I could really hang my hat on to understand what was going on. I was in California. I'm in college in the early 70s. So the whole field of consciousness studies was emerging. So I immersed myself in that. I learned about Buddhism, but it was only academically. It took a number of years and until I actually began Buddhist practice. One of the things which I found useful, and I continue to recommend, is for people to engage with activities that remind you of the best parts of your experiences. So in my case, it was study, being in nature, as well as exercise. Later on, I found I could only go so far with my own altered states, and began several courses of psychotherapy. Only later on did religious and spiritual practices and models take an important role. But still those were inspired or kind of catalyzed through the insights and the feelings which first came about through psychedelics. I spent 20 years or so studying Zen, practicing Zen. Then moved into the study of the Hebrew Bible, and as I mentioned above, psychoanalytic treatment, and in the course of studying the Hebrew Bible, I learned about and became comfortable navigating medieval metaphysics, especially the Jewish rendition of Neoplatonic Aristotelianism, to be exact. So I think the religious and spiritual models, like if you're not suffering from mental illness, can be the most useful in integrating and understanding these states. How to think in an aligned manner with the highest good, and how to live accordingly. Okay, good. So let me stop this share. Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We know it's very good to listen to academic talks about psychedelics and all this altered state of conscious experiences. But thank you for sharing your personal experience. We can imagine that it's not always easy. It requires some bravery to talk to people who actually are strangers to you. So thank you very much, really indeed. Do we have questions? Yes, please.
Thank you again for sharing your personal experience. You mentioned music and the pink haze coming out of the amplifiers. I was just wondering, do you consider music to be a very important and vital aspect of the psychedelic experience? And if so, what was or is your favorite music to listen to whilst tripping?
Yeah, well, I think that music can steer the psychedelic state. So if you are interested in being steered, then it could be quite useful. I was talking with a psychedelic psychotherapist a while back, and we were talking about the playlists that lots of people use, and you put on the music and you read your book while the person is undergoing their experience, and we both agreed that it was kind of the lazy man's approach to doing psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. You just you turn on the music and it builds up and there's a crescendo and it comes down, and if somebody wants to interact with you, you gently redirect them to putting the headphones back on. So you could use music as an excuse as well, to not allow your mind to go where it might normally go. That being said, I don't listen to that much music when I do psychedelics. Mostly if I'm taking smaller doses, I'll be walking around outside in nature. Larger doses, I'll just lay down and let my mind kind of take me where it wants to go. I suppose as you're coming down and you want something to relax with, you might put on some some ambient or EDM, low level world music, Bach. Yeah, I'm not especially particular. The most pointed examples of using music to steer the psychedelic experience would be the ayahuasquero songs, which are used in ayahuasca ceremonies. The shamans have developed songs over thousands of years, which have got specific effects, which may be useful in specific conditions.
Thank you very much.
May I use again my position, thinking in front of you, and ask my question. Once I remember that Steve Jobs said that you cannot plan your life ahead. You cannot decide that I will be doing these experiments, for example, in your case with these substances, and then I will become famous professor of pharmacology. When you can connect, as Steve Jobs said, these points only when you are looking backwards. When you are looking backwards in your life, how you would evaluate all these experiments, all these experiences, how it influenced your personal life, how it influenced your career, and would you repeat it again if it would be possible to turn back and start again?
Yeah, well, one of the chapters in the book, speaks about that. It's the expression, research is me-search. I think that I chose the academic path that I did because of my own experiences. I found these altered states to be thrilling and intellectually challenging and stimulating, and I just wanted to know more and experience more. So it was both an academic pursuit and personal pursuit. I was interested in all kinds of altered states, and I wanted and I wanted to know how they worked. In the beginning anyway, when I kind of switched into that hypomanic state, it had to do with a manifesto, messianic manifesto, as it were, that altered states with psychoanalysis and Zen Buddhism and psychopharmacology would be a new healing model to make the world a better place. to bring about utopia, basically. And I went to medical school, and obviously, those, kinds of goals didn't mesh well with, being, first year medical student, which I think was, the trigger, for the depression which ensued. But I, kept, those ideas in mind. And I learned Zen, and I learned psychopharmacology, and I underwent, psychoanalysis, so it was a bit, premature. I was, 20 years old when the manifesto came out, and I, needed to wait until I was, 38, before I started giving psychedelics in order to, test, the applicability or, the feasibility of, the manifesto's ideas. If I had, if I could have gone, well, if I could go backward in time, yeah, I'm not sure. The only, thing I ever kind of wonder about if things would have been, different. So I went to medical school in New York City, but I'm from California, and I couldn't quite decide would I do my residency in California or stay in New York. So that was a real juncture. Kind of thinking, well, if I stayed in New York, I would have been analyzed earlier, and I may have delayed the psychopharmacology part of my training. But I think ultimately I would have ended up in the same place, like studying the things that I ended up studying.
Thank you. Thank you. We have more questions?
Last question.
Yeah, yes, please.
Hello, Rick. First, huge thank you that you accepted our humble invitation to give a talk at this conference. And remembering our interview a few years ago, I remember that then we talked about maybe psychedelics could help us with understanding of placebo effect. Are there some researches going on, or it's still open question?
Yeah. Well, when we were speaking, it was around, my notion of, psychedelics as, super placebos, because if you look at the literature, both lay and, scientific, it seems as if, psychedelics will, they will do everything, depending on, the set and setting. They'll help depression. They'll, make your liberal. They'll make you, more liberal. They'll, they'll help your marriage. They'll help substance abuse. You will understand, consciousness and non-living entities, all kinds of things. So. Panacea, like, there are panaceas, they, they will heal everything, so, panaceas work through placebo, to a large extent, so I think what may be going on is that, psychedelics impact or stimulate, the placebo response, which occurs unconsciously. I mean, obviously. But still, the placebo response is a real biological response. There's immunological responses, anti-inflammatory, endocrine responses all occur if you're experiencing a placebo response, either positive or negative. So I think, and I think microdosing could also be a placebo response without the psychological concomitants of a larger dose. And, that may occur through neuroplasticity effects, neurogenesis effects, which also are occurring outside of consciousness. I don't think there's much new research that is addressing that question. One thing which is being addressed more frequently is expectancy effects. in some of these clinical research studies. Like if you're expecting a response, will you have a greater response to psychedelics in people that do not have high expectations or even expectations of getting worse. So that's being looked at more carefully. I think one thing which would be quite easy to do, which from my understanding isn't being done yet, is to do baseline assessments of suggestibility. Because suggestibility relates to hypnotizability. Hypnotizability relates to the placebo panacea effect. If you're in a specific environment, you're given a substance and you're told that this is going to have X, Y, and Z effects. You're in a way being put into a small or a low-level trance. So I think if people were divided into low hypnotizability versus high hypnotizability, it would be very interesting to see if the responses or the outcome measures differ significantly. But I don't think anybody is doing that kind of assessment at this point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I'm afraid that it's all what we have time for. Thank you, Professor Strassman, for sharing your knowledge and your insights. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. My pleasure.
And we are moving to the last talk, which will be given today at this conference. It will be given by Arnis Siliņš, who is well-known yoga teacher and very respected yoga teacher here in Latvia. And he will be speaking, if I understand correctly, about one of the projects which Institute of Index Studies currently have. Please, Arnis, floor is yours.
Be the last speaker. Okay. So, dear professors, dear friends, dear colleagues, I would like to start with a famous quote from psychonaut Timothy Leary, whom many probably admire very much. He said that using acids has 3 very good side effects: enhanced long memory, deprived shorter memory, and the third he forgot. And me too. So, if we speak about the alternate states of mind, of course, for me as a yoga practitioner and a yoga teacher, it is interesting to understand my own experience and also to look through the scope of really hardcore yoga traditional teachings and principles. And I would like to little bit touch the very widely used term self-awareness, and then I will try to display some specific categories in yoga tradition. And in the second part, I will make provisional report and partial report on the study we did last year together with the Laboratory of Cognitive Science of our university. And then at the end, I will make some speculative conclusions. Please forgive me. I will be maybe very presumptuous from my side. And so self-awareness is something which requires not only discipline, but it requires some specific also, like to say, training grounds. And what you can read in this slide, pramana, pramata, prameya, is the three different alternated states of the practitioner of meditation. Of course, in Indian tradition, these are terms in Sanskrit. And also, it's widely used Chaitanya, Chitti, and Chitta. And it has a slightly different aspect of the same approach. So if we speak about the person of the, we are sitting probably, I guess, humans here, then we as a humans, we are these pramatas who are practicing the understanding of the nature's laws and understanding ourselves. Then there is this process, prameya, which has some sort of energy, and sometimes you need, for enhancement, you need some stimuli. And what I can report from yoga tradition is, this is not my idea, but as more person connects with pramana, which is direct experience and knowledge of reality with a big capital letter, reality, then there is less and less dependence from outer stimuli. So that's why I would say that this state of pramana maybe is a very rare state for also for intelligent person, because if we speak about the addictions or dependencies, it's not about substances, but we can speak about the addiction or dependencies on stimuli from outside. And I would like to suggest you also that even biochemical stimuli, this is stimuli from outside. So this is interesting that practitioner has experience of when you are connected, grounded in pramana, in direct perception of reality, then you are aware of what qualities you have to enhance in yourself and what you have to get rid of. And there is a particular energy. The energy you need is coming from environment, from also from your organization of your body and breathing. So that's why asanas, pranayamas are important. And this project we are working on now is called Meditation Observatory, which is connected that spatial landscapes, sounds, music, and smells of nature give us hints about different kind of language, of expression and principles of cognition than we are used to using. And landscapes and spatial arrangements create altered states of consciousness in a particular but very, very subtle way. And psychedelic effects as well, we can experience from environment. So that's my main point is when we consider neurobiological or biochemical aspects of human mind processes, we are only analyzing paraphyletic properties of consciousness. And when I was talking about this pramana, this is a monophyletic property of your own being, of your essence. And there is an ancient tradition of pratyabhijna system, which attempts to stimulate practitioner to get grounded, stable awareness and experience of this pramana. When you have true knowledge, direct knowledge of, and you have a particular proof system of this. We can say that this pramana is variable which is not dependent. And if we speak about our daily awareness about pramata and prameya, the energy, those variables are interdependent. And sometimes those interdependent variables are what we can say they are replaceable. As this would sound very strange, but also Samkhya Yoga speaks about 3 antahkaranas, manas, buddhi, ahamkara, and antahkarana means it's mechanic. The nature of these properties is mechanic. You can replace them. That means you can really program, deprogram, and reprogram your mind. But actually that working mind is not what is in the core of your being. So that's why we can say that Chaitanya or Pramana is a property of the consciousness which is unreplaceable and which is not dependent on outer stimuli at all. So that's according to tradition. So we were trying to determine what are the environmental factors for optimal establishment of meditation observatory. We did together this under the guidance of our Professor Pirax, in the team with Cognitive Research Laboratory. And we were hoping that results will allow to create more favorable conditions for yoga meditation practices. And we will have some recommendations after that. So key research questions were, what are important factors in creating conductive meditation environment space according to meditation practitioners? And how emotions before, after meditation, traits, depression, beliefs about important factors in the meditation environment change during a 3-month period of regular meditation practice. So the methodology was, as you can see in this slide, I am not the most competent person about this methodology tools. We would need another lecture from Laboratory of Cognitive Science. So I would like just to emphasize these environmental factors, which were, the questionnaire was about how the light, the color, and the shape of the room is in fact influencing your meditative quality. So we can see in this scale that accessibility of outer environment is important. The large rooms and the high ceilings are important, and that's probably what you can expect already. And the most suitable colors for the meditation room were light, green, and white, and then it goes like blue, orange, or brown. So this is something very natural, which maybe everyone can expect. There is not very... So this data we will still analyze, and it's not published yet, but we are going to do this. So it was noted for practitioners that the presence of nature is very important. And we noted also that probably because we have our climatic zone dependent from seasons. In summer, it's one state, and in winter it's different, but nevertheless, all practitioners here in Latvia, they emphasize that the accessibility of nature is highly important. And this is contrasting with some other traditions, as you know, in early Buddhist traditions and different traditions that practitioners were seeking opposite. Like they were looking for caves, and sometimes they used a lot of energy to dig holes and create special caves in heavy cliffs. So there is this difference which we don't know yet. Is it dependent from our climatic zone, or it's universal? I think we have to enhance research. So emotional scale is changing during meditation in a very impressive way. And this is just about some how we can create a specific environment for productive meditation. And we, of course, are influenced by industry of buildings. And I just want to say that if we too much focus on mechanical efficiency of energy consumption and just like to have good ventilation, but if it has no any aesthetic focus, then we eliminate intuitive experience of space, form, color, light, and texture. So there is my speculation, I hope I'm coming to end, that spatial nature, even this room we are in, it is in a way, and we have a hint from meditation practitioners' reports of this experience, that sometimes it's very hard to describe experience. And then we can assess that the spatial activity, even if it's very dynamic or slow in dynamics, these are metaphors from another language. And we know there is this saying that a map is not a territory, and so our words are only approximation symbols that point to an experience but can never fully capture its depths. This idea is expressed by philosophers such as Alfred Korzybski and then by Wittgenstein, who argued that the limits of our language are the limits of our world. And from yoga tradition, we have recommendations that when you experience bliss of consciousness and other altered states of mind, it's highly recommended. It is important that you try to verbalize. You practitioners have to make good report what is the process you are going through. And these boundaries of verbal language are the boundaries which also can expand more, that park landscapes, buildings, canals, bridge windings, and tower structures are the visual metaphors of human language. So we need to find a way of expanding these boundaries in our language, and using visual and architectural metaphors, park landscapes, buildings, canal twists, and high rises. This becomes not only physical entities, but also eloquent expressions of our dialogue with nature. Hundertwasser theory of the three skins, that the natural epidermis clothes we adorn ourselves with and our dwelling perfectly illustrates that we live in several layers of existence. Our natural skin connects us to the earth, our clothes reflect our individual and cultural identity, and home, our built environment, is extension of our inner world. Each skin requires care and respect, and does our language and consciousness. Thank you. If you have questions, I will try to answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnis. Actually, we have time for a very short question, if we have one. If not, let us thank Arnis and all the speakers of today's conference. I guess we had excellent conference, at least to my understanding. And before Kaspars will be thanking probably different people who have been involved.
Well, first of all,
sorry, let me finish.
Sorry.
Because from my side, I would like to thank Kaspars Eichmannis and his team, Una Meistere and Einar Seerglis, people who put this program together, and without them, probably this conference wouldn't be happening at all. And if it would be happening, it would be different, because we saw all this number of excellent speakers, and I guess that everybody will join me thanking Kaspars and other organizers, because we had enjoyable evenings. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor, for superb moderation. Well, actually, you already said all I wanted to say, because I wanted to pay your attention to Una Meistere and Einar Seerglis. This conference, well, in its first manifestation was organized 2 years ago, and it was their love child and their brain child. So anyways, I hope that this sets a good example for a next one next year. So thank you for your patience.